Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to inform delegates of the rules relating to
Recording
virtual
in progress.
and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular, sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows. The hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purpose of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. Delegates should also ensure that the microphones on their electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. All delegates in the chamber must use the floor microphones. All delegates may participate in a discussion through the chat functionality. Honorable delegates, I would like to request delegates who experience connectivity issues to use a still photograph or for identification on a visual platform. In addition, that delegates on the visual platform log on with one device only, as logging on with 2 or more devices further lowers bandwidth. Further, kindly note that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, members of the executive and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facilities on their electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, members of the executive, SALGA representatives in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, I have been informed that there will be no notices or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first and the second orders policy debate on budget vote 3, which is Cooperative Governance Appropriation Bill B5 of 2024, National Assembly Section 77, and policy debate on budget vote 41, Water and Sanitation Appropriation Bill B5 of 2024, National Assembly Section 77. We welcome to the House Honorable Minister Majodina and Honorable Thabisa. We take this opportunity to congratulate them on their appointments as ministers, and we hope that you will change the lives of South Africans through effective and efficient service delivery. These two portfolios, honorable ministers, they are very critical in a sense that without water, there's no life. Therefore, Honorable Majodina, our survival lies in your capable hands. We hope that, Honorable Thabisa, you'll also enforce cooperation through the district development model of the 3 spheres of government and ensure that traditional leaders are an integral part of our institutional arrangement. Having said that, honorable members, I would like to call on Honorable Thabisa, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, followed by Honorable Phemi Majodina, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, to open the debate. In that order, can we call upon Honorable Thabisa to come to the podium?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson
also for the remarks that we have made. The chairperson and members of the committee, members of the provincial executive committees, fellow cabinet members, deputy ministers of cooperative governance and traditional affairs, chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board and its members, president of the South African Local Government Association, directors general of DCOC and DTA, CEO of MISA, CEO of MPD, organized labor, IMATU and SAMU, honorable members and fellow South Africans. Together with Deputy Ministers Dr. Dixon Masemola and Prince Zolile Bans-Ngamashe, I have the privilege of tabling the budget votes for CoGTA. From the outset, I thank the former leadership of their achievements, for it is on this foundation that we build. Before I address this budget, however, I must speak on a very present crisis. Yesterday, my team and I visited disaster sites in the Cape Metro, where we witnessed the painful impact of prolonged severe weather. Tomorrow, we will be visiting KwaZulu-Natal, where 14 people lost their lives in raging infernos. One on Stirling Farm, not far from Popomeni Township, which claimed the lives of 6 firefighters, some of whom were volunteers. These brave men and women paid the ultimate price to protect communities. On behalf of CoGTA, I extend sincere condolences to all who have lost loved ones, homes, and livelihoods. Times like this demand our swift intervention, and CoGTA will always respond swiftly. Honorable members, the triple challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality demands a people's budget, taking the needs of all communities into account across South Africa's 257 municipalities. The allocated budget for cooperative governance, vote 3, for the medium term is 395.7 billion rand, with 95.9 designated for transfers to municipalities and affiliated entities, primarily for the local government equitable share, disaster relief grant, and the municipal infrastructure grant. For traditional affairs, vote 15, the appropriated budget amounts to 187.3 million rand, a 5.8 million reduction from the previous year due to mandatory budget cuts implemented by National Treasury. Details of these budgets and projected expenditure are well elaborated in the departmental plans. Let us therefore speak on the details of this budget. The theme of our 7th administration is as follows, open quote, every municipality must work, close quote. This is a clarion call to action to build a functioning, community-centered local government which is responsive to the needs and aspirations of our people. As per the State of Local Government report, some municipalities are in severe financial and governance distress, which has adversely impacted service delivery. Some have struggled to pay salaries over the past 3 to 6 months. Some have debts that seem insurmountable, as well as prolonged and expensive litigation. These municipalities include Titsobotla, Kopanong, Mafube, Emfuleni, Umkhanyakude, Uku, Umzinyati District, and Sekhukhune District and Tabazimbi. The SOLG, therefore, offers actionable proposal for the 7th administration, emphasizing differentiated support across provinces. It proposes rigorous planning, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation to improve oversight, accountability, and evidence-based policymaking at all levels. In this context, working with the National Treasury, provincial CoGTAs, and treasuries, as well as sector departments and SALGA, we will continue to implement and enforce compliance with municipal support and intervention plans in municipalities that remained distressed. We therefore request provinces to take the lead in supporting these municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, whilst tangible progress has been made to fulfill our constitutional obligation to provide developmental and transformational local governance and visible service delivery, we admit there are still challenges in ensuring that our people's growing expectations are met and realized. The district development model has brought to life the white paper on local government, which envisions a government characterized by working together, not unilaterally or in silos. It is through the DDM that government planning and coordination will be realized, thus ensuring improved integrated planning and service delivery across the 3 spheres of government, including interventions by private sector. It also promotes a more accountable and coherent service delivery approach and implementation of solutions to address service delivery efficiency. With the institutionalization and implementation of the DDM and one plans across 52 districts and metros, we should be able to eradicate fragmentation in planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring of government programs. Our collective oversight and accountability across all spheres of government can have impact when we all work together as sectors. On both Section 159 and 139 interventions, the SOLG is recording progress in some municipalities, but we still need to intensify the implementation of municipal support and intervention plans, working closely with the affected provinces. The Presidential Working Group in eThekwini, as well as Section 154 intervention by the province of KwaZulu-Natal, should begin to deliver tangible outcomes and benefit the communities of eThekwini. There are more than 30 Section 139 intervention in municipalities across 8 provinces, both KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest still accounting for the greatest number of municipalities under intervention. The reasons for the intervention invoked by the Provincial Executive Council are well documented and known to the NCOP. This council, through the relevant committees, undertake an analysis of the reasons and reasons for the failure of some of these interventions, despite the fact that some of these interventions have lasted for as long as a full term of the municipal council. Interventions invoked by the national executive remain 3, namely in Lekwa, Mangaung, and Enoch Mkijima. We will soon be taking a deep dive into the reasons why the turnaround has been slow, particularly in the areas of finance and service delivery. To improve the municipal service delivery, we have embraced the results-based planning. This approach, spearheaded by the Results-Based Management Office, leverages skilled local government experts to collaborate with municipalities, provincial governments, institutions of traditional leadership, and stakeholders across all 9 provinces. With regards to water and sanitation, it is deeply concerning that several municipalities, despite support, have neglected the repairs and maintenance. The Blue Drop, Green Drop, and No Drop report released in 2023 demonstrated the need to support Water Service Authority municipalities to develop the necessary skills to manage water services. We will therefore intensify the MISA program, where more than 100 built environment professionals, 86 of whom are engineers and town planners, have been deployed to support municipalities in 9 provinces in accordance with the district development model. Working with the Department of Water and Sanitation, in the 2024-2025 financial year, we will address the challenges that led to 26 water service authorities being criminally charged by the DWS. We will also accelerate the process of reviewing the Water Service Authority status of more than 60 WSAs that obtained poor blue, green, or no drop results. All water service authorities that receive the MIG are now compelled to spend up to 10% of their MIG allocations towards repairs and refurbishment on infrastructure for the provision of water and sanitation services. This should result in the reduction of sewer spillages and water leakages. We will convert funds from the MIG Schedule 5B to Schedule 6B grants. The Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, MISA, will be the implementing agent for the MIG 6B conversion program. The National Treasury has approved implementation of 2 water and sanitation projects with a combined value of 90 million rand on behalf of Utugela District Municipality and the Mfuleni Local Municipality through the MISA arrangement. We are engaging municipalities and National Treasury for extension of these services to other struggling municipalities. Our intensive monitoring program, implemented together with the provinces, has secured a massive decline in the number of MIG allocations stopped and reallocated by the National Treasury. We will now intensify this support until all municipalities spend their allocations efficiently. I am proud, Honorable Chair, to report that the Municipal Demarcation Board achieved 100% of its performance targets for the period ending 31 March, thanks to the foundation laid by the previous board. This performance is remarkable, with the MDB having finalized municipal boundaries, redetermination proposals, handling an unprecedented number of submissions. The implementation phase of the Eastern Seaboard development is continuing with the engagement of various stakeholders, including the traditional leadership and the private sector. Let me now address our key legislative initiatives. A comprehensive review of legislation to consolidate good practice and address challenges holistically has been undertaken. These include the Local Government General Laws Amendment Bill, the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill, the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill 2024, and the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Interventions Bill. With regards to the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, review. We will be publishing regulations in terms of Section 47 of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act for the public to make comments. We have also initiated a review of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, which is a landmark document guiding democratic local government since 2000. When it comes to the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act, this has been reviewed in line with the Constitutional Court judgment of 30 May 2023, which declared the bill unconstitutional and invalid. The new bill will be submitted accordingly to the Cabinet for approval before submitting it to Parliament. The Traditional Courts Bill, enacted as Act Number 9 of 2022, marks a significant step in formalizing traditional justice system. Honorable members, South Africa is experiencing a number of disasters which have exposed our current disaster management system. The systematic and structural design of our disaster management delivery, as guided by the current law, result in issues with timing and bureaucracy. In response to these and many other challenges, we are proposing a new system for disaster management and fire services. We have developed a new model based on international best practice, emphasizing risk reduction and integrating disaster management into all government planning to ensure adequate funding and focus on resilience. With our constitutional democracy, the institution of traditional leadership is an integral part. We will work tirelessly to address issues raised by traditional leaders through the interministerial task team led by the Deputy President, supporting the Office of the Deputy President in convening ministries within the task team to ensure continuous attention to the concerns raised by traditional and cohesion leaders. These concerns include, amongst others, tools of trade, training, and capacity building. My first priority, however, is the safety of the traditional leaders and councillors who have been a target of assassination. This must be stopped. These lives must be protected. The Department of Traditional Affairs itself has taken a critical step towards saving lives through interventions like the Customary Initiating Act 2021, the establishment of National Initiation Oversight Committee in 2022, and the formation of 8 Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committees. We are committed to establishing the final PICC this year, ensuring comprehensive oversight across all provinces. Tragically, even with this and many other interventions, we are still experiencing loss of life at initiation schools. We commend provinces like Limpopo and Mpumalanga for exemplary initiation practices, and we encourage others to learn from their successes. Drafting of the Customary Initiation Act regulation is nearing completion, and we will engage stakeholders for the final consultation by the year end, inviting public input to refine this regulation. In response to resolution from the CRL Rights Commission's initiation in Indaba in April 2023, our focus remains.
Can you round up, Honorable Minister?
Our focus remains on upholding the rule of law and closing illegal initiation schools. Collaborative efforts with NIOC and stakeholders aim to enforce compliance and accountability, ensuring the sanctuary of cultural practice. In conclusion, honorable members, we commit to working with all stakeholders and role players to secure good governance for all. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will then move on to the next speaker, Honorable Minister Machodino.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair of the NCOP, the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the Chief Whip, the permanent delegates, as well as the special delegates. It is so good to be in this house again. I served in this house 20 years ago. I was a full member in this house, and I was conscientiously when I was here. Honorable members, the Minister of CoGTA, Deputy Ministers Mahlobo and Deputy Minister Sitlule, Deputy Ministers of CoGTA, allow me to greet you in this afternoon in the wonderful name of water, which is life, sanitation, which is dignity. And up front, I must request this august house to consider passing this budget. From the upfront, let me request you, House, to pass our budget. Without this House passing our budget, our people, the electorate, the citizens of South Africa might not see water as life, might not see sanitation as dignity. I also want to greet MECs that are here. Honorable members, ki eme mona ha ke tla bua ka taba ya metsi, ki bue ka taba ya bohlweki, bohlweki ke seriti, metsi ke bophelo. Ke batla ho kopa he hore ha re sheba tokomane ya constitution, ya re laela hore batho kaofela o tshwanetse hore ba fumane metsi. Metsi ke part ya Bill of Rights. Ha re neha batho metsi, ha re ba etsetse favor. Ntho eo e ngotswe ho constitution. Everyone has inherent dignity and right to have dignity respected and protected. Isidima sabantu ke funeka sibuyiswe, ingakumbi xa sithetha ngokuqokelelwa nokususwa kwelindle ukuba abantu bafumane amanzi. Wonke umuntu unelungelo lento ba axhamla amanzi kanti axhamle nenkonzo zokususwa kwelindle. Section 27 of the Constitution, Act 108 of 1996 is very clear on that. It guarantees the right to water, calls for government to take reasonable legislative and other measures within the available resources to achieve the progressive realization of right to water. I stand before you here today, honorable members, that water supply and sanitation services are a function over which municipalities have executive authority in terms of Section 156 read with Schedule 4, Part 4 of the Municipal Structures Act. I'm happy that Honorable Hlabisa has already spoken to this matter. Be that as may, we as the Department of Water and Sanitation, in line with the very Constitution, we have a responsibility and a requirement that national and provincial government must support municipalities and to intervene, not to take over, but to intervene in municipalities where there is a failure of municipal water and sanitation services. Ngihlushiwe babuhlabisa abantu base KZN. Soloko ngangene ofisini bonke abantu base KZN no mayor bakhona. Sicela amanzi kanti ubani ufana ukuthi provide amanzi. Schedule 4 of the Constitution says that the municipal water sanitation services are a functional area where the national and provincial must also assist on the concurrent legislative competence. And that is what we are doing through the Water Service Act. Honorable members, Section 10 of the Constitution also provides that everyone must be able to access water for his or her own dignity. We don't take over municipalities. We don't jump and intervene, not unless proper processes has been done. And with the experience of serving in this house, it is this house that initiate with Section 139, Section 154. And therefore, once there's an intervention that has been agreed upon, then we come in and assist. But at the moment, we reinforce municipalities through corporate governance. Our responsibility as the Department of Water and Sanitation, or babes bamanzi, with regard to water services, we oversight municipalities. Sinoxanduva ke lonto basidlale indima yokuba popola into babenza lento ifanelekile yona khona ukuze xa singenelele ngelithi umgaqo siseko nutyeshele. Ke ngoko abantu abanamanzi kufuneka singenelele. Thina asithathi itepu siyifake emzini womuntu sivula amanzi. Thina sizawakha amadami siwagcina amanzi. Kodwa ukho umasipala umele ba yena athathe oopayipi bakhe abadibanise phaya kule ndawo inamanzi atsala amanzi angene ebantwini. Yinto siyimeleyo ke thina leyo into ba masibancedise. Ikho into ethi ke amadami azange okhiwa okokoko kwaqala lo rhulumente. Ayiyonyani leyo ndiyafuna ukuyitsho into ba akhiwe amadami. Ukusuka ngo-1994 kuzotsho ngoku asakhiwa amadami. Amanye amadami awokhiwa liqalelwe phansi kodwa liyonyuswa. We raise dams in order to have lot of capacity xa kuza kumcimbi wamanzi. Thina we regulate the quality of water use as well as issuing water licenses. We take action to protect pollution of water. And lonto ke izawusinceda into yoba singaphindi sidibane nale meko besiyibonile yaseHammanskraal engeyiyo yodwa. Water spillages, kupolluteke amanzi ngoba kunesuwa, yonke lonto ichaphazela impilo zabantu. Uba ngaba asithatheli ngqalelo risanki tima ebuhlokwa ya hore re shebane le hore metsi a ska kenywa ditshila hobane a tla kudisa batho. Re he rona jwalo ka lefapha, over years the National Department has taken a responsibility of building national water resource infrastructure to ensure that there is sufficient supply. Ha re ka se felle ke metsi ka pele South Africa. Metsi re na le ona mpa tshwanetse re lokise decaying infrastructure, old and aging infrastructure. Metsi a dutla a itsamaela fela ayavuza amanzi ayaxhaxhaza. Ithi ke lonto iba amanzi awakwazi into yoba akwazi ugcineka ixesha elide. Given that we have already captured 75% of available surface of water, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, the members of the NCOP, they want to know exactly what is happening in my province. Get into our provinces. What are the projects that are there? What are the plans? We have established the Water Partnership Office in collaboration with DBSA as well as SALGA to provide support to municipality to establish partnership within the private sector to develop the local resource project. Currently, the water partnership is present and we're working very well at eThekwini, Mangaung, Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela, and Kotswane. Resebenzisana mmoho especially to close the leaks to ensure that water is distributed, safe, fihla bathong. We are also aware that there is a concern around how we use water as South Africans. Our water usage is very high. We are one of the 30 most water scarce country in the world. Yet the average of our usage of water is 218 liters per capita per day, as against the international standards, which is 173 per capita per day. And therefore we have to use our water sparingly. The House is more. This House must also know that we have more plans for this year, 2024-25. The electorate is waiting out there. Major national water resource infrastructure are as follow, Honorable House Chair. We have 14 major water resource projects under development across the country to a value of 100 billion. Some examples are as follow. I might not mention all, but it is important to highlight the following. The new 26 billion in Mkomazi Dam to provide water for the KZN, especially around eThekwini. the new Polihali Dam as part of the 42 billion second phase of Lesotho Highland Water Project. And there are provinces that are going to benefit once we've completed this second phase. The Free State, Mpumalanga, Northwest, as well as Northern Cape. The 8 billion Ntabelanga Dam, on a tributary of the Umzimvubu River, that is also on the pipeline. That part is on the eastern region of the Eastern Cape. The financial sustainability of the sector. We as the sector, the national government provided 61.7 billion worth of water and sanitation and related grants to municipalities, with the purpose of these grants being to enable municipalities to address water, sanitation and infrastructure backlogs and to provide free basic services to indigent. And we have since observed that the indigent people of our country are no longer receiving free water as they are supposed to. But also want to make a clarion call that the culture of paying for services received must also be inculcated in our country. Honorable House Chair, it is also important to mention the following, that through the municipal support and intervention, we are intervening in supporting municipality in all provinces. We will also closely monitor the progress in Gauteng municipalities, Honorable Mamabulo, to reduce the physical water losses in their distribution system. In addition, the platform of water secure Gauteng, which was recently put in place by the department in partnership with the World Bank 2030 Water Resource Group. Rand Water, Gauteng municipalities still work with civil society. We will also continue to collaborate with the city of Tshwane and Magalis Water to complete the project to provide an alternative source of clean drinking water. Hammanskraal, by October this year, will have the phase 1 completed, while Royval waste treatment water works is repaired and upgraded. And I don't want to create an expectation that we are going to deal with everything. We are intervening on what the Temba project was supposed to do, the 80 megaliters. So in October, it will be 25. In February, March, it will be another 25, because currently they are supposed to provide 80 megaliters. Elsewhere in KZN, Ngeni Utukela Water Board is assisting Zululand District Municipality to implement a 9.5 billion Mandlakazi bulk water supply scheme to benefit communities under Zululand District Municipalities, Umkhanyakude District, including Ijozini, ne Big Five Kohlabisa. Minister. Umhlabuyalingana and Mtuba local. I could have jumped it. We are also supporting Uku District Municipality to implement various projects. Honorable members, one of the water supply projects which has been notoriously delayed, which has been subject to investigation by the SIU, is Guyana Water Supply Project, and in Limpopo. And the former minister, which I want to thank him for having done a good work in this department, Honorable Mtunu, made good progress of unblocking these projects. Whilst there's investigation, but let our people not suffer because of that. The Lepelle Northern Water Board is implementing 4.7 billion at of the 18 billion Olifants Ebenezer program. Even on that one, that is where we are intervening. In the Northwest, the Bulela Metsi Initiative Project, a good project with a good name. Bulela Metsi means Vulamanzi, open water. But Aukasi Bulela Metsi Metsi Hali Hasatui, Ubulela Moya, Pompo Itwa Moya, Pompo Haditwe Metsi. Mudula Stulo. In the Northern Cape, the department is providing the Salt Plaatje local municipality to a value of 1.5 billion, including providing funding to Kimberley Bulk Water Supply Project to increase the water supply. Ramara, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, you've been asking about the Hamahara. How far are you on that? Again, you are in partnership with the mines, and that's one of the good story to tell, that when we engage the private sector, they move with us and we can do better. But also the community becomes the main beneficiaries in that. In Mpumalanga, We are implementing a 1.7 billion low scope regional bulk water supply, which involves construction or eMpumalanga ndiye ekhaya ngoku ngakini chair ngicela uyilalele kahle. The Loskop Dam in Pumalanga to Tembisile Ani local municipality in Pumalanga for domestic water supply. The bulk pipeline also passes through Mose area and Sikukuni district Limpopo. Sanhlanganisa njengamanzi thina. And maningahlaganiswa niyithi ngamanzi akunamuntu onganhlanganisa. So sinenza nje free sinhlanganisa ngamanzi nje nilike kanje. In the East, the Liqua municipality refurbish program is also on with 350 million. In the Eastern Cape, the Amatola Water Board has been providing support to Makana. Makana is always on the news for all bad reasons. Even on the National Arts Festival, people are saying we want to be there in Makana for 2 weeks, but there's no water, and that reflects bad. So there's a support that is given them. The Nelson Mandela Bay municipality with development of phase 3 of Notre Dame water treatment. Without Honorable Peter, will provide water to unserved communities through Ngamakwe regional water supply. The greater Mbizana and Lambe water schemes are also in our plan. The intervention in Free State, the intervention through the Maluti Apofung, Machabeng, everybody knows Machabeng, that there's no water in Machabeng. And Mwate local municipality through Val, Central Water supply, we are also making those interventions. Honorable members, another DWS project, which has been notoriously delayed, is bucket eradication program. Honorable Mashkrobo will go into town on this one, but the Minister of CoGTA raised that. The Minister of Education yesterday raised that. There's a lot of money that is scattered about water and sanitation. We need clear coordination as government so that when we intervene and leave a mark in that intervention. I hereby wish to request this House that our budget over the MTEF is 134.9 billion. And it is only this House that may assist us to deliver by not rejecting this budget, EFF, by not rejecting this budget, take us along. Let's move with this budget. Let's go out to the people to get water through this budget. I would also want to thank the Portfolio Committee, the chair, yesterday for having guided us on what they wish to hear in this budget vote. And I hope we have tried to do that, to unpack what is this budget all about, the water and sanitation. However, the issue of floods is also impacting negatively on this department and to our communities at large. We must also ring-fence the amount that is given to municipalities, especially on the MIC funding, because if the infrastructure, water infrastructure, is not maintained, then we will not be able to give people water as expected. But also, if the money for the sales of water, sales of electricity is not invested back to keep the infrastructure up to point, then it might not be able to assist us. Ndishiya le mizuzu emibini kuba ndenzela uba ndizophendula eminye imibuzo. Ndiyayivala kule ndawo. Usheke 153 ndivala kule ndawo. Enkosi kakhulu kwenza uba ndibe nemizuzu. Enkosi.
Nkosi, siyabulela. Honorable Minister, sikuvile kaloku uthi awuseso DJ, so babes wamanzi. Thank you very much once again, Honorable Minister. Can we now move on to the next speaker, which is Honorable Kaunda?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, the office bearers of the NCOP present. We also wish to greet the Deputy Ministers present, Minister Machodina, Minister Hlabisa, and the Deputy Ministers, MECs present, the members of this House, the SALGA leadership, and all public entities, the DGs of the two departments, which we are going to report about. Honorable House Chair, we deliberated, we had a session with the Department of CoGTA, and we had our own deliberations as a committee to determine our own stances on what the department has presented before us in order for us to play our oversight role. We have looked at the legislative framework. We also looked at the performance plan and budget for the 24-25 financial year for the department. We also looked at the program of administration, local government support and interventions, program on policy, governance, and administration. We looked at program for National Disaster Management Centers, program 5 Community Works program, and the overall budget that the department presented before us. We had the following observations as the committee. The Select Committee has noted that the departmental annual performance plan is still informed by the government priorities which were developed during the 6th administration. These priorities include economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating the social wage, spatial integration, human settlement and local government, social cohesion, and safe communities, a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and a better Africa and the world. The Select Committee has also noted that the Department of Cooperative Governance is responsible for management and monitoring of the functionality and effectiveness of cooperative governance system and intergovernmental relations. The Select Committee has welcomed the Ministerial executive commitments to support and strengthen the capacity of our municipalities to manage their own affairs in terms of Section 154 and 139. The Select Committee has further noted and welcomed the departmental commitments to improve coordination across the spheres of government and to ensure that provinces and municipalities carry out their service delivery and developmental functions efficiently and effectively. Coordinating and support are intended to lead to improve performance across the chain of policy and planning, spatial budgeting, and targeted implementation to ensure a positive impact on society. The Select Committee welcomed the commitment contained in the annual performance plan to improve integrated planning and delivery through coordination and across the spheres of government, which districts and metropolitan spaces as focal points for the convergence of government and private sector investment through the district development model approach, which was adopted by government. While welcoming the executive undertaking contained in the 24-25 annual performance plan, the members of the Select Committee emphasize the need to reduce the usage of consultants in the municipalities, capacitating our councillors on legislation frameworks, knowledge, compulsory training for all councillors, provision of report on functional and dysfunctional municipalities, skills transfer and training, review of guidelines for the appointment of municipal senior managers. The members of the Select Committee urged the Department of Cooperative Governance to approach the National Treasury for additional funds allocation for Community Works program in order to improve, strengthen, and promote local government, and also emphasize on local economic development and job creation as priorities. The members of the Select Committee urged the department to develop absorption strategies for participants of Community Works program, monitor the allocation and use of municipal infrastructure grants, the MIC, ensure employment of competent and qualified officials, resolving political interference in administration, misconduct of municipal officials, management of sick leaves, municipal ghost workers, and ensure implementation of spatial development framework in rural areas and municipal capacity to develop spatial development plans. As we are observing the new dimension where in rural areas there are mansions that are being built as we speak. Recommendation of the Select Committee as follows: having considered and deliberated 24-25 annual performance plan and budget allocation of the Department of Cooperative Governance, the Select Committee recommends as follows. The Department of Cooperative Governance should provide under policy governance and administration program list of 60% of municipalities per province that are dysfunctional and poor performing and will be provided with support by the end of the 31st of March 2025. The department should table quarterly reports to the Select Committee on the achievements and challenges relating to annual targets program. The Department of Cooperative Governance should provide under Local Government Operation and Support Program list of municipalities per province that the department will be supporting to implement integrated local government capacity building framework and intervention in order to improve governance responsibilities in line with local government. Municipal Structures Amendment Act number 3 of 2021. 30 municipalities to be supported to ensure compliance with SPLUMA and SDF. 22 dysfunctional municipalities to be supported to increase revenue, and 66 municipalities targeted to ensure that they would meet prescribed competency requirements for appointment of senior managers by 31st of March 2025. The department should table quarterly reports to Select Committee on the achievements and challenges relating to annual targets program 3. Department of Cooperative Governance should provide under National Disaster Management list the list of 10 municipalities that will be assisted to implement the National Fire Safety and Prevention Strategy. 14 municipalities which are priority in this aspect. The Department of Cooperative Governance should provide under Community Works Program list of municipalities per provinces that will be supported to ensure that 230,000 people are participating in the CWP sustained income model and 20,000 people in the new CWP sustainable exit strategies model by 31st of March 2025. Department of Cooperative Governance should fast-track the process of tabling the intergovernmental monitoring and supporting bill to Parliament stage of the Local Government Report 21-year review report on local government and gazetting of regulation in terms of Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act by the 31st of March 2025. The Minister of Department of Cooperative Governance Affairs should consider tabling Section 76 legislation in the National Council of Provinces in order to allow the provincial legislature and NCOP enough time to facilitate public consultations and participation in Parliament, in parliamentary legislative framework. As part of the strengthening parliamentary oversight and ensuring executive accountability, the Select Committee on CoGTA should conduct proactive oversight visit in selected local municipalities that have been identified. We need also to play a very close monitoring on the fire strategy that the department has presented. The Select Committee to align its quarterly programs in line with annual targets that the department have scheduled the meeting to present to our Select Committee. We also had the following observations on the number of other issues which were presented by the department. The first one is that the Select Committee has noted the Minister and Department of Cooperative Governments tabled their own budget on the 13th of April 2023, the 2024 annual performance plan of the Department of Traditional Affairs to the Office of the Chairperson, National Council of Provinces. The Select Committee has also noted that the 2024 annual performance plan of the Department of Traditional Affairs will over the medium term continue to focus on monitoring and implementation of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act 2019 and ensuring that customer initiation is practiced safely as guided by the customer initiation. The Select Committee further noted the annual plan of the department while welcoming the executive undertaking by the department to deal with illegal mushrooming of initiation schools, provision of tools of trade to traditional and Khoisan leaders. The Select Committee raised concern about deaths of initiates mushrooming of illegal initiation schools and the recognition of Khoisan leaders and traditional leaders. And the recommendations are as follows. Having considered all this, the Select Committee recommends the following to the department. Department of Traditional Affairs should provide Select Committee with a provincial breakdown of the dispute claims of traditional leaders, including nature, challenges, and progress. The Select Committee to align its quarterly program in line with annual targets of the department. Department also to provide quarterly reports in that regard. So the recommendations were as follows. The further recommended, having considered and deliberated that the municipality infrastructure support agent should provide under technical support services list of dysfunctional municipalities in the provinces. The municipal infrastructure should provide under infrastructure delivery and management support program list of municipalities in the provinces that will be supported in this regard. As part of ensuring executive accountability, the select committee should conduct proactive oversight visits in selected local government municipalities that have been identified. The select committee to align its quarterly programs in line with annual targets of the department. Honorable House Chair, let me then move to the report concerning water. The department had a session, a very successful session with the two departments. The following observations were made on Department of Water and Sanitation. That the Select Committee has welcomed the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget allocation of the Department of Water and Sanitation. The Select Committee has noted that the Annual Performance Plan has been aligned and integrated with the medium term. The Select Committee has noted the introductory remarks of the Minister, which outlined all the programs and policy framework of the department. The Select Committee also noted the department has made progress in unblocking delays of major water infrastructure projects, which include implementation of phase 2 of Lesotho Highlands water projects, Tabelanga Dam on Mzimvubu River, and many other projects. The Select Committee has further noted that the general municipal capacity challenges needs to be addressed sooner. Therefore, the committee made the following recommendations. Having considered and deliberated on the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan and Budget, the Department of Water and Sanitation should provide a provincial update report on the status of water and sanitation projects, including support provided to municipalities. The Department of Water and Sanitation should provide progress reports on implementation of water on leaks program, groundwater use, financial recovery plan dealing with historical problems of corruption, consequence management, irregular expenditure, investigations by the Special Investigating Unit, and plans to mitigate the impact of vandalism, theft, load shedding, and water provision. The Department of Water and Sanitation should provide the National Council of Provinces with progress report on directives issued in municipalities in terms of Section 62 and 63 of Water Services Act of 1997. As part of ensuring executive accountability and performance oversight, the Select Committee should align its quarterly report. The Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration should undertake proactive oversight visits during the 2024 parliamentary term to selected municipalities in Free State, Northern Cape, and Limpopo, and other provinces in order to assess the state of water treatment plant sanitation programs, war on leaks programs, water reticulation, and turnaround time on way and water licensing. The Select Committee, Honorable Chair, also recommend the following, that the department should undertake a proactive oversight visit during the Select Committee to conduct this oversight visit during the 2024 parliamentary term to selected municipalities which have been issued with the directives in terms of Section 62 and 63 of Water Services. So the committee, having considered these two reports, Honorable Chairperson, we have adopted the report that I'm presenting on their behalf, and we are looking forward to the debate, and we table these reports for the House to consider them. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. I'll now move on to the next speaker, which is Honorable Skier Kochel from the PL.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, the fact that the budget vote for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for 2024 and 2025 financial year is the first on our agenda underscores the critical importance of ensuring that our three spheres of government work in coordination to leave a lasting positive impact on society. As the Minister of CoGTA rightfully mentioned yesterday, on May 29, South Africans reminded us that we can collectively rescue our country at the ballot box. And these corrective steps begin at our local government level. This is where the daily lives of our communities are shaped, regardless of race, gender, income status, or any other societal sphere. The local government is the heart of our country. It is here that the delivery of basic needs determines whether individuals can provide for their families and live in a safe environment. Section 152 of the Constitution mandates that local government should ensure the provision of basic services to our communities and promote social and economic development. Local government impacts every citizen in every aspect of their life. The roads we travel on, the local economic environment where our businesses operate, the public spaces that we live our lives in, and the provision of basic services such as electricity and clean water are all functions of local government. However, many South Africans are denied these basic rights daily because local municipalities fail to implement necessary measurements due to the lack of accountability. Minister, we welcome the proposed procedures to ensure that senior managers appointed to serve in local government are competent individuals and not merely connected cadres, which has historically led to the deterioration of local government. Having served in local government in Oerenhalsrus, Matjhabeng local municipality in the Free State, before joining this house, I can attest that the real life experiences of most South Africans in local municipalities often do not reflect our constitutional ideals. For example, residents of rural Free State municipalities like Maluti Abufong and Mafube struggle to access clean water, a basic right that they were promised 30 years ago. CoGTA must act as an implementing agent to ensure proper accountability and prevent political grandstanding. The continuous decline in the equality of municipal services and the rise of communities demanding accountability from failing municipality administrations calls for the direct intervention by CoGTA. Active participation through civil organizations can bring fundamental change to local government through embracing our core principle of public participation. Local government will truly reflect the voices of the people. The one-size-fits-all district model, development model, which aims to coordinate and integrate service delivery, has not achieved tangible change across its pilot sites. The 103 million spent on its institutionalization, you see, Minister, I fail, my English runs out sometimes like yours, has resulted in further deterioration of service delivery. This model risks of becoming just another checkbox exercise like the integrated development program, rather than delivering real change to South Africans in need. The bleak state of local government is further evidenced by poor municipal outcomes, reflecting catastrophic government failures, stemming issues such as the amalgamation of financially unviable municipalities, poor consequent managers, and political infighting. Minister, we again welcome your commitment to prioritizing interventions that provide assistance rather than punishment. This approach will help rebuild trust between local government and communities. As we enter this new chapter of governance, united by the mandate given by South Africans on May 29th, we must listen to our communities, learn from success models like DA-governed municipalities, which stand out for their good governance that can guide us. According to Rating Africa the top performing municipalities, Midvaal, Mossel Bay, Saldanha Bay, Swellendam, Swartland, and our host, the city of Cape Town, the best performing metro in our country. But during this period of governing together, we should take inspiration from institutions that promote job creation and economic development. The Western Cape did see the largest increase in employment of any province, with just over 236,000 more jobs employed in 2023 than in 2018. As GNU partners, our unified goal is to rescue South Africa, highlighting both the failures and the victories to serve to ensure that we represent the people effectively. The city of Tshwane is a trailblazer of coalition government and has improved their financial management and service delivery, winning awards for this effort. However, we must address the political instability caused by municipal coalition governments, which will escalate in 2026 if not addressed. With this insight, considering the already government gazetted private minimums bill by now Minister of Basic Education, Siviwe Garubi, will ensure proper transfer of power in 2026. The 1.3 billion cut to the CoGTA budget will further limit the department's ability to reinforce the institutional capacity of local government. This will lead to the continuous failure to get basic services right and will leave residents of local governments more important, rate-paying citizens to bear the cost due to poor political leadership and mismanagement of local administrations. Minister, while we understand that this budget you have inherited,
Can you wrap up, Honourable Member?
we hope that what we've highlighted out of these matters today will better position you to create a budget that works for local government and the citizens of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We'll now move on to the next speaker who has joined in virtually, Honourable Williams, who's the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Eastern Cape. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the Chief Whip, Chairperson of the Demarcation Board, President of SALGA, and all honorable members of the House. It is my pleasure, Chair, and delight to participate in the first debate of the NCOP as we start the 7th administration. Chairperson, please allow me to firstly congratulate you and your deputy for your appointment into the positions that you are occupying in the House and wish you well in your new endeavors. I would like to further congratulate my Minister of CoGTA, Minister Velunkosini Hlabisa, and appreciate that he is in full understanding of local government because of his background. Let me further congratulate my sister, Umandlangisa, Honorable Ms. Pemi Matodina, who's coming from my home region in Jogabi. I would like to congratulate her for her appointment as the minister and wish her well also in her new job. Together with deputies, my brother, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, I really wish them well in their endeavors as we begin to deal with the water business. Honorable Chair, it is with a heavy heart to report that the winter season for traditional circumcision has left us with unimaginable pain as 13 young men lost their lives due to a mismanaged sacred tradition where unscrupulous, untrained individuals commercialize the tradition, resulting in regrettable deaths. The dysfunctional family structure, drug abuse, and peer pressure are some of the reasons why we experience continued deaths of young men in traditional circumcision. Against all our advocacy campaigns, monitoring of initiation schools, our young men still go to initiation schools unscreened by the doctors. They continue to drink water for weeks before they attend initiation schools, and they are circumcised by untrained traditional surgeons, and this is responsible for the deaths of these young men. On local government, the local sphere of government as a whole continues to perform below expectations due to the adopted fiscal model, which perpetuates the idea that local government has perceived capacity to collect own revenue. This flawed and intransigent conservative understanding has been responsible for the continued challenges that municipalities face, whilst we continue to deny this reality. Whilst I'm fully aware and appreciative of the objective realities of poor financial management of these limited resources by municipalities, this, however, does not cloud the reality that the sphere is grossly underfunded. The impact of the court case by AfriForum on over 80% of our municipalities in the Eastern Cape, as it relates to electricity tariffs, has direct negative impact on the credibility of municipal budgets, since their tariffs have to be amended, resulting in immediate unfunded budgets. All of us are aware that municipalities depend on electricity in order to cross-subsidize other services. And the outcome of that court case will jettison municipalities into financial disarray. The recent national elections were mainly about the challenges our people had with the delivery of basic services like water, sanitation, housing, roads, and electricity. The rural part of the Eastern Cape still has areas that have not been served with clean drinkable water and still without proper sanitation. And therefore their dignity is compromised. Whilst our government has done much to change this situation, the poor expenditure of those allocated grants has been responsible for delays in eradicating these stubborn infrastructure backlogs. The performance of especially the regional back infrastructure grant requires scrutiny, and the agencies that are responsible for its implementation must be held accountable in order to perform as expected. There is no time for lame excuses when our people have no access to potable water. The Umzimvubu Dam has experienced challenges of construction mafia, which demands unreasonable approaches about procurement of services. And this has been attended to with political steering committee to involve the MEC and mayors of beneficiary districts and local municipalities. The impact of this dam will affect communities, especially rural ones, in 3 districts of our province. It is necessary to clarify ourselves about how we can make local government work better to bring services to our people. I have witnessed that being deliberate in implementing Section 154 of the Constitution to support municipalities before they collapse is the most viable approach in preventing descent into chaos. This new administration must immediately work out on the resolution of tools of trade for traditional leaders and finalize the work of the Deputy President in relation to concerns raised by traditional leaders. The non-resolution of these matters remains an albatross on our shoulders and perpetuates suspicions that there was no political will to finalize these matters. We must close the gap on the maintenance of king's palaces and clearly allocate this function, whether to provincial, CoGTAs, or provincial public works departments, because the gap that is currently existent is creating confusion on who must perform this function. The continued confusion in this regard results in embarrassment because this matter presents the government as uncaring for the kingdoms in our provinces. We've finalized our roadmap towards the reconstitution of traditional councils, and we hope we will complete the process in the next 4 months. In conclusion, Chair, we must be interventionist in providing services to our communities. Water is life, and therefore we cannot fail to ensure that our people have access to clean drinking water. We understand that the dilapidated infrastructure continues to create challenges of service delivery, and therefore, working together with the Department of Water Affairs, we can achieve greater achievements, and we collaborate together to ensure our people are better served. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I want to take this opportunity and afford Honorable Mabibu to come and address the House.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet all in the House. Greeting to the Honorable House Chair, and then greetings to the ministers, Minister Hlabisi and Minister Majudina, and the Deputy Ministers. Honorable members of the House, fellow South African. The African National Congress believes that the success of a developmental local government is crucial for improving the lives of South Africans and building a better communities. Local government is central to the delivery of services to the local communities, and its efficient and effective functioning is essential for the upliftment of our communities. As the primary point of service delivery, local government is where most citizens interact with the government, making it vital for social partners to support participatory local governance. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, CoGTA, must address the major challenges affecting local municipalities with relevant, well-tailored interventions. This intervention should be customized to address the specific needs of each municipality, whether financial resources or technical capabilities to manage allocated funds. CoGTA's interventions must be strengthened to help municipalities function and deliver service effectively. Proactive mechanisms should be employed to respond to findings from the reports like those from the Auditor General of South Africa. These reports should act as warnings prompting urgent action from CoGTA and other relevant departments.
placing struggling municipality under administration through Section 139 or Section 100 of the Constitution should be accompanied by additional measures to ensure effective interventions. The success of these interventions should be evident in tangible results, deploying skilled personnel and promoting the exchange of best practices between municipality and key to addressing root causes and preventing recurring challenges. There is a pressing need to increase revenue allocation and develop a sustainable funding model for local government to enhance financial sustainability. The ANC recent 55th National Congress emphasized the need to review the equitable shares formula to address funding inequalities across years, recognizing that over 45% of developmental functions are delivered by municipalities. Rural municipalities' tax bases required additional support. The 1% increase in the equitable shares for local government to 10% of the division of revenue is a step in the right direction. The energy crisis has highlighted the reliance of local government on electricity sales as a critical revenue source. With the transition to off-grid electricity generation, local government revenue will shrink, necessitating a reimagined financial sustainability model. The 8.1 billion allocation to cushion municipalities due to increased cost of bulk electricity and water is welcome. Municipalities must not underspend on grant allocation, as this deprives communities of essential services. Enhancing the technical capabilities of planning, budgeting, project preparations, and project management is critical. The municipal infrastructure support agent should support struggling municipalities effectively to unblock service delivery challenges. CoGTA must also help municipalities access and apply for existing grants, such as the Municipal Support Grant and Municipal Infrastructure Grant, to ensure these funds benefit the most struggling and rural municipalities and catalyze economic activities. Local economic development, LED, is crucial in local government. LED initiatives should create work opportunities and support local government and support local businesses through the district development model. Economic development should be coordinated across the government spheres. Local government must enable citizens to interact meaningfully with the state institutions and participate in decision-making and planning through integrated development plan, IDP. Local government must cushion poor households to receive basic services, responding to the constitutional imperative in Section 27 of the Constitution. Strengthening the indigent policy is essential to ensure all residents in need receive support. The department must enhance societal awareness and create an accessible application process to increase uptake. Municipalities have a responsibility to contribute to job creation, particularly for youth, strengthening the community work program, CWP, with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and involving key stakeholders such as SITAs and TVETs can create sustainable livelihoods. The CWP should serve as a platform for participants to accumulate skills and access further accredited training. enabling them to transition from stipend earners to job holders or business owners. Since the sixth administration, the department has supported over 1 million community work programs opportunities, with 250,000 opportunities planned for the current financial year. The significant contribution aids in poverty eradication and skills development. National projects must include locals in their implementation to manage conflict arising from the communities feeling excluded. Projects like Central Roads and other infrastructure initiatives should consider locals, the unemployed, CWP beneficiaries, contractors, and personnel. Disaster management is another critical area requiring a concerted effort in an era prone to natural disasters due to climate change. Local government must have a capacity to respond swiftly and plan to mitigate negative impacts. A coherent, integrated approach from the state institution, leveraging research and innovation is necessary. Infrastructure development and land use planning should aim to reduce disaster risk, and sufficient disaster response funds must be ensured for agile response. I thank you. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now proceed to Honorable Briet.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I would like to start out by congratulating the newly appointed ministers and deputy ministers and to welcome the reappointed ministers. May the 7th administration be the change that we so desperately need to see in our local government sector. Die RNE is 'n nuwe blaadjie vir Suid-Afrika en kan tot die herstel en bou van ons land lei. Gedurende gister se interaksie met die ministers, adjunkministers en hulle spanne, was dit as ware om nuwe besems te sien wat die bil by die horings gaan pak om dienslewering te prioritiseer. Dit is egter nie net maanskyn en rose nie, want Suid-Afrika het vir 30 jaar gebuk gegaan onder die swak bestuur van finansies, hulpbronne en personeel. Ons elkeen wat vandag hier is, dink natuurlik dit gaan swakker in ons provinsie as in 'n ander een. Ek dink natuurlik dieselfde. Wat egter deur die bank waar is dat jare se verwaarlosing van ons munisipaliteite en spesifiek hulle riool- en waterinfrastruktuur amper onomkeerbaar dit verwoes het. Wat verder bydra tot hierdie uitdagings is, soos die minister gesê het, dat ons 'n waterskaars land is. En ons kan nie toesien dat hierdie skaars hulpbronne deur ons munisipaliteite besoedel word as gevolg van kwynende riool-infrastruktuur nie. As ons kyk na my provinsie, die Vrystaat, lyk die prentjie maar grou. Mees onlangs is Mafube plaaslike munisipaliteit getuister deur waterprobleme en loop daar gereeld riool in die Wilgerivier in. In Guati plaaslike munisipaliteit gaan dit nie veel beter nie. En is die riool so erg dat die visse en die ekostelsel van die Vaalrivier alreeds onomkeerbaar verwoes is. So kan ons aangaan oor die Jagersfontein slukdamkrisis en hoe dit waterhulpbronne besoedel het. Een sukses egter is in Emfuleni plaaslike munisipaliteit in Gauteng, waar die VF+ 'n slag geslaan het om die groen skerpioene te kry, om navorsing te doen oor die riool wat in die Vaalrivier inloop en daardie saak is tans in die howe. Minister, my counterpart in the other house made this request to you and I would like to reiterate it. Please be first in line to lay criminal charges against those officials that contravene laws and are responsible for the pollution of our natural resources. The Free State has furthermore been tormented by corruption, maladministration, and all the ills we've seen and recognized from the previous administration. A big issue, and Minister, I implore you and your department to look at this, is the manner in which municipalities spend MIG, RBIG, and WSIG grants. I can tell sad stories, but let me refer to Mukaka local municipality, where 105 million rand was allocated to upgrade the wastewater treatment works. And Minister or DM Mahlobo, you were there in May of 2022 to see the operation of phase 1. Phase 2 was supposed to be completed in June 2022, but to date, it is standing still. The screw pumps are missing. The sand pumps were removed. 2 flow meters are dysfunctional, and 1 mixer and 3 aerators are also not working. And then we can look at Ngwate local municipality, where the waterworks is currently standing on contractor number 7. And as you know, there are certain issues that come with these changes in different contractors. But infrastructure is not the only qualm in this municipality. And I would like to tell you a story. One of my councillors refers to his municipality as Hollywood. And when you ask why he refers to it as Hollywood, he says, because we have acting MMs and acting managers and acting directors. We cannot continue to run municipalities with actors because they do not take responsibility. And so we can continue. I would like to conclude to say, I can continue for a long time, but I am not hopeless. Ministers, if you take the steps that you have indicated you will take, we will be able to restore and rebuild South Africa together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can I now invite Honourable MEC Mamabolo?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Let me, on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government and of course its residents, take the opportunity to extend our sincere best wishes and regards, and of course, a word of congratulation to Honourable Minister Tlhabisa, to Honourable Minister Majodina, and of course to our Deputy Ministers, Deputy Minister Maklobo, Masemula, and Sitlolo. Let me also take the opportunity to extend our greeting to all MECs, to all honourable members, to the leadership of SALGA, to the honourable councillors, but let me also greet you, Honourable Gaunda. Honourable members, we are deeply pleased as a province to participate in this very important debate. Up front, let me join the honourable ministers and assure them that as a province of Gauteng, we fully support the budgets and will appeal to honourable members to do the same. One of the most important things that we would like to do in our province, building on the strategic inputs and core messages delivered by our ministers, I would like to say that we would like to get the basics right. And I can assure you, honourable members, that when the Premier of the province delivers the State of the Province address, he will further elaborate on these issues. Now, one of the things that we need to get right as a basic, and of course through building sustainable partnerships, improving cooperative governance with all spheres of government, is to ensure that we get the cleaning of our CBDs, townships, informal settlements, and hostels, and we do that immediately. I'm very much pleased to say that in getting this basic right, you will see Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi leading the provincial government and of course the municipalities in the province to launch one of the most decisive cleaning campaign projects in the CBD of the city of Joburg on Nelson Mandela Day this coming Thursday. Honorable members, we have formed a partnership with Pick It Up in the city of Johannesburg. And of course, as you already know, in the last administration, we have concluded a partnership with City Power to help us with energy challenges. We also have formed partnership with the business community in the CBD of the city of Joburg, but also I must say the city of Joburg is very important to us as the provincial government because it is the seat of the provincial government and of course the Gauteng provincial legislature. We believe that the success of this cleaning campaign to be launched on Mandela Day will serve as a very good pilot and a very best practice to extend to other areas and to other cities, CBDs, and of course townships, hostels, and informal settlements. We'd like to assure you, honorable members, that in taking up this campaign with Pick It Up as our delivering agent, we will make sure that we sustain the cleaning of the city, CBD of the city of Joburg, and make sure that we improve this very important commercial city, which is the global face of our country, and make sure that we also promote good investments and support local businesses in the CBD. On a long-term sustainable basis, we will be renovating and improving the departments, the buildings that are the seats of the provincial government and the legislature in the city of Joburg, focusing on its CBD. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to extend an invitation to everybody to join the Gauteng provincial government led by the Premier and the city of Joburg on Thursday, as we will be kickstarting a major cleaning campaign which would extend to all townships, informal settlements, hostels, and of course, CBDs. Honorable members, one of the issues that we are also looking at, which is a very important basic that we need to get right, is that one of efficient and effective delivery, and let me include maintenance of infrastructure. I must say, in the province of Gauteng, we're very glad that Premier Lesufi has correctly aligned the capacity that sits in the Provincial Department of Infrastructure Development, of course, with the infrastructure support to our municipalities. Honorable ministers and members, we are deeply concerned about the delivery of infrastructure that misses time or deviates from time, quality, and of course, cost. We need to make sure that in delivering infrastructure, we get these variables right. And to that extent, as the provincial government, we will be providing support to our municipalities to deliver new infrastructure, to maintain existing infrastructure, because we believe infrastructure is the backbone of service delivery. When we talk about service delivery, we're essentially talking about the quality of infrastructure. And that is why we need to get this basic right. We will be, for example, making sure that the built and environment professionals that we have, such as engineers, are also made available to support infrastructure in municipalities through the partnerships that we are building. Let me also take this opportunity to say that one of the basics that we want to get right is that one of sustainable revenue generation for municipalities. We believe, honorable members, that unless municipalities can generate sufficient revenue, it will not be possible for them to provide sustainable services. To this extent, We will partner with the Department of Economic Development at all levels and work with municipalities to promote the investment climate in municipalities. We will make sure that we cut red tape and reduce the bottlenecks that affect investment appetite for local, national, and of course, international investors in our municipalities. We believe that unless we focus on revenue generation, municipalities will continue to have unfunded mandates and we will not be able to execute their functions efficiently and effectively. And we believe when we promote investments in municipalities, grow the local economy, grow the township economy, households will be able to generate sufficient revenue, not just to improve their quality of lives, but also to support municipalities, the business community. So we believe that cutting red tape to improve the climate investment, the investment climate in municipalities, it's a basic that we need to get right and get it right immediately. Honorable members, we are deeply concerned as a province about the question of instability in local sphere of government, particularly the management of coalition governments in our municipalities. We therefore make a call to the leadership and in these municipalities to prioritize the people and make sure that we do not seem to be focusing on ourselves. We focus on the people. They suffered under apartheid, and ours is to improve their quality of life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Greetings to the ministers, deputy ministers, MECs that are present in the House, as well as all honorable members. I sat on that side of the House very often, so this time I feel blessed to be on this side of the House. It's now my privilege to call upon the Honorable Kesa from the Economic Freedom Fighters. You have 14 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. First of all, let us put it on record straight that the EFF is the first organization to introduce the Andri cleaning campaign. So therefore, it is disingenuous for the GP to come here on this podium and use this platform to take credit of a program that was introduced by a avant-gardist leftist party in society. So that's one. We reject the economic freedom. The economic freedom fighters reject we reject the proposed budget for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as proposed in budget vote for water and sanitation. Let me start by ukukhahlela inkosi zethu ikumkani nekumkanikazi zeli lizwe. Ngenxa yokuba rhoqo xana ngaba sithetha nge-department yakwa-CoGTA, sithetha ngoomasipala abalele emxokozweni. Okokuqala, inkosi nenkosazana mazibandakanywe ekuthatyathweni kwezigqibo, ingakumbi ekuqulunqweni kwemithetho koorhulumente basemakhaya. Sanukubenza ceremonious, Minister, or envelope leaders, because they are not. You are not dealing with non-thinkers or people who must tell us tales about family trees and preserve culture. Second to that, there is a danger in viewing fatalities of our children in numbers, because there are human beings behind statistics. We must know the causes of injuries, as the most are assaulted in some instances. One death is one death too many. Therefore, there must be consequences and accountability for lives lost, and there is a stigmatization that comes with amputations as these children can no longer lead normal lives as men. The nature of death must be reported An expert must be involved in making sure that there is investigation and apprehension of criminals who are only concerned with making money than properly taking our children through the rite of passage. Okwesithathu, we are very, very proud of our queens and queens, as all of us pass through them as men and women in rural areas and as mentors of the community. Therefore, they must ensure that they are at the center of ensuring that children are actually finishing school. Therefore, the EFF advocates for the equal remuneration, respect and benefits, such as tools of trade and other instruments for their functionality, and as seen by the president of the EFF's treatment on King Buyelekaya Dalindyebo. The budget speaks about the Khoisan and the Amampondo, but excludes Amabhaca, Kamadzigane, Amahlubi of Kumkani Langalbalelo, who constitute 22 clans. Okugqibela kwelicala le-traditional affairs, inkolo yabantu mayikhuselwe njengeyasentshona. Amaxhwele namagqirha mawanikwe inhlonipho, bakhelwe i-herbalist ukwenzela ukuba amayeza abo afumaneke kuyo yonke indawo apho awasentshona afumaneka khona Camagu. We reject this budget because of failed state of municipalities, failed state of the department to conduct oversight role on the functionality and good governance that is expected from all spheres of government. We also reject the budget of a department that has no monitoring tools in place for local governments who repeatedly received disclaimed opinions. The reality is that local government continues to be characterized by dysfunctionality, financial mismanagement, in council and administrators' instability and crumbling municipal infrastructure. And according to this department's own admission, the state of local government report, only 38 out of 257 municipalities received a clean audit. And over a quarter of our municipalities are dysfunctional and at an increased risk of being placed under administration. Local government are continually placed under administration, an intervention which is supposed to be temporal. Yet local government such as Umzinyathi, Mpofana, Inkosi, Langalbalele in KwaZulu-Natal are still under administration for over 7 years. While Makana, Emfuleni, West Rand, Emalahleni, Govenbeki, Umsukwali, Tabachwe, Tukela have been under administration for over 6 years with no progress. Municipalities remain dysfunctional due to poor oversight mechanisms, weak administration, lack of repairs and maintenance of infrastructure, inability to perform on conditional grants, and poor collection and management of revenue. And to date, there has been no priority given to the causes of dysfunctionality, as municipalities remain deeply engulfed in corruption practices as a result of they are no longer financially viable. Every year, the Auditor General paints a bleak picture about the future of these basket municipalities. And year after year, the narrative remains the same, as large numbers of local municipalities are given less than desirable audit outcomes. A case in point is the worsening situation engulfing Matlosana local municipality, where the municipality's service delivery problems stem from the dysfunctional fleet. There is also no hope that the sewer spillage, dilapidated roads and aging infrastructure and Gersibande Dr. J.S. Muroka will ever be repaired. There have been no unbelievable plans put in place to improve the administration of municipalities, and there has been no zooming into challenges faced in local municipality, especially those which have not been able to raise money on their own. The main source of revenue of most municipalities remains rates and tax paid, and taxes paid by property owners and customers of municipal services. This includes government institutions that are not up to date with payments. However, this method is out of touch with South Africans' realities such as unemployment, poverty, and inequality that limits the meaningful economic participation. The collapse of municipalities signifies the collapse of service delivery, water infrastructure, roads and sanitation infrastructure. In terms of CWP, the EFF is concerned about the destination of the workers that are within the CWP, because the department does not have necessary central data to say that where they are going to go from here, how many have achieved permanent employment. There is no such within the department. And we see the dysfunctionality of these municipalities through the numerous service delivery processes which are held timeously across the country, some which have reported fatalities. In terms of Section 17 of the Constitution, it allows for protest. What the minister should be concerned about is not to stop the protest. It is to stop non-delivery of services first, and then you will ultimately stop protest. So long as the status quo still remains, protest will go, or not even the minister have the capacity to do that. Chairperson, this department also fails at coordinating and coordinated disaster management system in this country. It has not given us enough reasons to approve this budget. And in terms of water and sanitation, the EFF rejects the report on water and sanitation. Rural towns and rural municipalities like Don Donald, Glenmore, Chakastad, Manzana, Caroline, and Tlazat, all the zones there are still without access to water, such that it is Africans that must store water in drums and facility like that. No other race does that. We reject the budget because year after year out, our people living in rural areas affected by chronic lack of water are not accessing water. They devise their own ways in the presence of the department. We are also, Chairperson, we are concerned about how some entities of the department who did not even report to the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, a demonstration that challenges facing our people are not taken seriously by this department. That even though our people still store water supplies in containers such as drums, buckets, and vertical water tanks, corrugated iron water tanks, and pale enamel, you find that the people of the Eastern Cape, the people of Mpumalanga, are the only ones kufuneka balindele eza water tankers pha. That's the circumstances they are facing, and that is the reality. Every time you go home, you find that status quo in place. And I don't know whether these water tankers are deliberate in the manner in which they are put there, because they are all supposed to be temporal measures, and they are perpetually there. Some municipalities have been having, Ngusha, for instance, have been having that circumstances since 2030. The taps are dry there. The taps are dry. There's nothing that we are getting from the budget in terms of the targets that are aimed at ensuring that the status quo changes. Ligwa local municipality, Dr. J.S. Muroka, Emma Kazeni local municipality still are not able to provide adequate drinkable water, especially for the people that are staying within white farmer areas, the so-called farm dwellers. The white people, they just close the water there. They come to the EFF and complain, and it becomes the duty of the EFF now to go and stop those white people. In terms of what is happening at that level, the resident of Amatol and Dlambe,
Member, you have one.
Noted, Deputy Chair. The residents of Amatol until today do not have safe drinking water. It is almost the whole of Sarah Parkman in the Eastern Cape has no stable supply. There has been no indication as to how and when this department will approve the water services for 16 local municipalities in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northern Cape. Chairperson, this department needs to be decisive in consequence management and play a more proactive role to the state of governance. We will not approve a budget that makes no commitment to build capacity of the state to deliver services to the people. A budget that is rubber stamping the dependence of all spheres of government on private companies to perform their own functions through tenders and outsourcing. Without this proposal, we are rejecting. Thank you very much.
I now call upon the Honorable M.M. Peter of the United Democratic Movement, the UDM. Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes. Peter, yeah.
Hello, Chief.
Okay.
May I speak?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Manbulis, Speaker, Minister bakhoyo, abahleli phambi kwam, Deputy Ministers, iimembers zalo mzi zikhangeleka zimpuluswa, ndithi ke mandinibulise. Molweni, ndiphuma kwela phondo leMpuma Kapa, ndimele umbutho we-UDM. Ndiqinisekile wonke umuntu olapha uyawuyazi bi-UDM ijongene neentsizana zabantu, ijongene neentsizana zoomasipala apha abantu balamba khona, Minister. Ndifuna ukugxila apha kutata uHlabisa. Tata uHlabisa, i-UDM swasingayisapoti le budget kuba abantu bakuthi baphelile indlala, oomasipala abalawula sithi baphelile indlala. Kozikile kubantwana bethu abangoceba, abayazi ibhajethi i-aphruvwa njani, sele i-aphruvwe ibhajethi abazazi iinkonzo zisiwa njani ebantwini. Mandikuqalele eBhayi, usizile iBhayi ayiseyometro, yi-disaster, yindawo ye-hijackers. Ungandibona ndiphila namhlanje, akundiboni ngomso ndiphila. Ndithetha le nto, Minister, oomasipala ii-bylaws abazisebenzisi. Ii-bylaws ikhona imithetho kamasipala ayisebenzi. Bathi bexoxa bapointwe ngegani uba mabaxoxele iprojekthi ukuba mazipase. Ndiyafuna Tata uHlabisa, mhlonitshwa endimhloniphileyo, sijonge iDepartment yomasipala ibuhlungu kakhulu yaye ifuna ukujongwa abantwana bethu bafuna imisebenzi. Lelo cebo esifuna ukuthi sibafake ngalo koomasipala. Ndigqithe Minister ndize kuMinister ophethe amanzi, uMama uPheni Majority. Samane silumana ke mama. Samane ndikunhlanhlatha uyawumana unileqa ke sawulwa pha Eastern Cape. Amanzi yingxaki yomasipala bonke. Amanzi yingxaki yomasipala bonke. Amadama minister ndifuna iphinda lento akhiwa ngo-1850 nango-1750 uzawundixelela ngoku yayisithini population then. La madama waka-improve wa minister. Nisazama ngoku futhi uwa-improve ishila kwasele kodwa amanzi la madama. Naku ngoku siphethe amanzi apha. It means siyawathenga amanzi. Siyawathenga amanzi. Amanzi amdaka awaselwa amanzi. Uminister ongena kwelicandelo lamanzi ngoku kuthiwa amadama ayendiswa kodwa yaphela amanzi minister iiphephu zidry i-challenge engena kuyo minister ngoku kuqinisekisa minister hayi ngephepha wenza imonitoring ngeproper uye ngeenyawo zakho minister uzibone zinto ungazixelelwa zii-departments ii-departments yakhumsha minister azikho egrawundini ezi-department minister zidlala bazivala ofisini abenzi into abantwana bethu minister leqabantu department minister ngoba singena kwi-department sine-political agenda usabothazwa ngabantwana bakho minister bembutho wakho ungatilivarishi ukuzuwa kwarhulumente lumphetheyo sebenzisa omnye wenye ipati minister ukuze zihambe i-department ukwazi ukumleqa. Bendisenza isishwankathelo iinkosi ngunomgogwana ekudlalwa ngazo kwiindawo zonke. Iinkosi azinasidima zibekwa kwicandelo lokunyuka mazoxoxe ebuhlanti azifakwa kumnqweno lukarhulumente. Iinkosi ootata umola nonkonyana abantu kwiilali zabo bayalamba bakhona ootata umola nonkonyana. Ngexesha lapha ungqika kukuhluthwa kodwa phantsi kwalo rhulumente ngoba iinkosi zibanjwe ngendevu azikwazi umuva. Khaniphakameni zinkosi selokuqengisanga naxa ihamile ibekwe entloko. Ndifuna uphathwa nini zinkosi. Nkosi aniniki sidima urhulumente aniniki sidima niyaphiza inkosi nimhlanje for uthetha ngomaluko i-service delivery ekumele nithetha ngayo namanimwelo phamini bhenqamashe niphathe ilizwe nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call upon order, Honorable Members. I now call upon the Honorable Sikolo, the Deputy Minister, Water and Sanitation. Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, the performance of our municipalities in the provision of water and sanitation has deteriorated over time, as illustrated by the findings of the department's blue, green, and no drop reports, which were released last year. The Green Drop report found the percentage of municipal wastewater treatment systems in a critical state of performance had increased to 40% compared to 30% in 2013. The Green Drop reports illustrated that 90 of the 144 water service authorities had at least one wastewater system in critical condition, discharging partially treated or untreated sewage in our rivers. At the core of this decline, honorable members, is that municipalities are, in many instances, not hiring the necessary staff with the necessary qualifications in relation to jobs such as plant managers, technicians, process controllers, and scientists. Municipalities also often have weak billing and revenue collection processes and do not prioritize budgets for the maintenance and operation of sanitation infrastructure. Honorable members, the presence of sewage in our rivers, groundwater, dams, beaches, sea, and environment results in increased risk of life-threatening waterborne diseases, including diarrhea, cholera, and meningitis, with most risk to the poor and the most vulnerable. It also results in intolerable living conditions for communities who live where raw sewage flows near to or in their properties daily. Honorable members in this House can make a plethora of examples in as far as this is concerned. Honorable Treza spoke of Matlosana local municipality. We can refer to Kuma, Joburton, Okni Kanana. We can refer to JB Max local municipality, where in Mohading, Promosa and Extension 7 in Kanana, where there is an overflow of sewage into the Poriki Dam. This is a reality that we are dealing with. It also results in those particular living conditions. This also in turn devastates tourism and the services industry, and the eThekwini tourism sector presents a good example. Such deteriorations result in risks to fresh produce through irrigating polluted water, contamination of groundwater, and an increased treatment cost for potable water abstracted from polluted rivers. Further, it causes severe environmental damage, including the annihilation of plants, fish, and other animal life. Honorable Chairperson, in the past, the department generally has not taken strong regulatory action against municipalities for sewage pollution. Instead, the department's policy position was that taking regulatory, civil or criminal action against municipalities would be contrary to sound intergovernmental relations. In recent years, however, the department has been strengthening its regulatory functions and making regulatory actions more consistent as required by the National Water Act. This has resulted in an increased number of civil actions and criminal charges against municipalities who are responsible for sewage pollution. Since 2017, the department has opened 88 criminal cases for sewage pollution involving 52 municipalities across all 9 provinces. This follows non-responsiveness from municipalities to notices and directives, which are part of the regulatory mechanisms provided in the Act. In 78 of these cases, investigations are currently underway. In 5 cases, investigations are completed, with the National Prosecuting Authority having decided to prosecute, while 5 cases have been concluded in court, and the department is monitoring the implementation of these court decisions. These include Governbek Municipality, which was fined 200 million, and the Tabachew and Rand West municipalities, which were each fined 10 million. The court ordered that the municipalities allocate these funds to the improvement of their sanitation infrastructure. Over the past few years, the department has also initiated 18 civil cases against municipalities, 2 of which have been finalized, resulting in court orders against municipalities to address their sewage pollution. Indeed, the department is hard at work. Honorable Chairperson, while the department is obligated to lay criminal charges against municipalities polluting sewage in terms of the National Water Act, and while the department will continue to do so with further consistency, criminal charges and civil action are not sustainable solutions to poor municipal management of wastewater treatment systems. On average, it takes 2 to 3 years for criminal cases to be finalized. This is from the laying of the charges to the date of the court ruling. While in the meantime, pollution continues. Structural reforms of municipal water and sanitation services are required, in addition to the ongoing support by national government to municipalities. In this regard, in the last financial year, the department engaged in public consultations on proposed amendments to the Water Services Act. The proposed amendments aim to strengthen the role of municipalities as water services authorities meant to function as local regulators to ensure that the local water service providers, through internal municipal controls, provide services that meet required national norms and standards. The amendments proposes this to be done through introducing an operating license requirement for water service providers to ensure that water service providers have a minimum level of competency. Water services authorities will be required to only approve and contract with water service providers with an operational license. We will shortly submit the Water Services Amendment Bill to Cabinet to seek approval for it to be considered and adopted by Parliament. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, While we are aware that the processes we have put in place will not resolve these challenges overnight, we remain confident that they will make the necessary impact in turning the state of our water and sanitation around and ultimately improving the provision of water and sanitation services to all the people of our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now call upon the Honorable Makamu, who is the MEC for Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, as well as CoGTA, who is now going to join us virtually. Honorable Makamu.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, Minister and Deputy Minister of CoGTA, Minister and Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, chairpersons and members of the committees, chairperson and members of the National House of Traditional and Coastal Leaders, the President and the National Executive Committee members of the South African Local Government Association, honorable members of the NCOP, Director Generals and other officials, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Let me begin by extending my congratulations to the Minister and Deputy Minister of CoGTA, the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, and I want to wish them well in their new deployments on behalf of the Limpopo Province. Today, we convene to deliberate on critical issues of corporate governance and water and sanitation as encapsulated in the budget vote 3 and vote 41. As we embark on this important discourse, it is pertinent to reflect on the 30 years of freedom and democracy and its impact on the evolution and maturity of local government in South Africa. Our journey of 3 decades has been steered by the principles enshrined in our Constitution, which it declares, we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of our past, honor those who suffered for the justice and freedom in our land. This period has witnessed the fruition of our democratic ideas through the establishment and strengthening of local government, which has become the cornerstone of our democracy, translating in aspirations of our people into tangible outcomes. The evolution of local government has not been without challenges, yet it exemplifies the enduring spirit and commitment to democratic governance. Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done." It is indeed the establishment of functional and responsive municipalities has been testament to our resilience and ingenuity. The maturation of local government is evident in the iterative improvements and reforms implemented to bridge the gap between the state and its citizens, ensuring that governance is not only about the state, but also by the people. President Cyril Ramaphosa recently remarked, and I quote, "Our freedom is an ongoing project, a daily effort to expand, defend, deepen, and deliver it to every South African," close quote. This is a call to action for us continuously refine our local government structures to better service our communities. In the pursuit of a more efficient local government, we have encountered municipalities in distress, such as Mukalakwena, Tabazimbi, and the late Musina. Their challenges have tested our resolve and commitment to rebuilding and restoring functionality. The re-establishment of order and functionality in Mukalakwena serves as an example of what determined intervention in local and governance can achieve. Under the guidance of the Limpopo Provincial Executive Council, strategic interventions have been executed to stabilize and restore governance structures, ensuring that Mukalakwena operates effectively for the benefit of its residents. Conversely, Tabazimbi and Musina local municipalities present ongoing challenges, yet they are not insurmountable. Through targeted intervention, constant monitoring, and support, we work tirelessly to restore functionality, ensuring that these municipalities serve their constituency efficiently. A crucial component of the strategy for enhancing local government is the institutionalization of the district development model. This model aims to strengthen corporate governance by promoting more coordinated and integrated approach to service delivery by aligning national, provincial, and local government efforts within specific districts. The DGM ensures that the resources are utilized more effectively and that development initiatives are tailored to the unique needs of each community. This model has already shown promise in fostering collaborations among various government sectors and stakeholders, leading to more coherent planning implementation of the development project. The state of municipal infrastructure services, particularly water and sanitation, remains a significant concern. Recognizing the Constitution's assertion that everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water, we are unwavering our commitment to address these issues. The severe drought conditions and aging infrastructure have exacerbated the challenges, but through innovative projects and collaborations, we have seen significant strides in some areas on the principles that water is life and sanitation is dignity. Guide our intervention. These initiatives range from drilling new boreholes, repairing existing infrastructure, to implementing comprehensive water management strategies and sanitation projects, and at providing sustainable solutions to our communities. Reflecting on the virtues of the GNU and the late Archbishop Tutu's vision of South Africa as a rainbow nation, it is crucial to recognize the unity in our diversity as the asset that has fostered our collective progress. Archbishop Tutu envisioned a nation where all South Africans, irrespective of race, creed, or color, come together in a spirit of unity and compassion. My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together. Close quote. He said, these efforts consist to inspire our governance policies as we strive to build a society that celebrates the diversity while working towards common goals. Strengthening our disaster management systems is another critical priority. The recent regional disasters have underscored the need for the robust and proactive disaster management framework. The review of the disaster management system aims to enhance our risk reduction strategies, ensuring that we are better prepared to respond to the emergency and mitigate their impact. These include improving early warning system, enhancing community awareness and preparedness, and investing in resilient infrastructure. By adopting comprehensive approach to disaster management, we can protect lives, property, and livelihoods and ensure the quicker recovery from adverse events. The journey towards realizing the Archbishop Tutu's dream of Rainbow Nation is ongoing. We celebrate the milestone we have achieved. Let us remember that our diversity is indeed our strength. President Ramaphosa has reiterated and said, I quote, "We are a nation of many cultures, many histories, and many colors, but one nation united in diversity." This belief underscores our commitment to inclusive governance, where every voice is heard, every life is valued. Our collective effort and unity are what will drive us forward, overcoming challenges and seizing opportunities to build South Africa with intention. Additionally, I will want to commend all communities and stakeholders on the conclusion of yet another successful initiation season. This cultural practice, deeply rooted in our heritage, has been conducted with care and dedication, ensuring the safety and well-being of all initiates. It signifies our commitment to preserving our traditions while adapting the contemporary standards of health and safety. Notwithstanding the budgetary constraints, we continue to fulfill the Chapter 12 constitutional obligation to support the institution of traditional leaders with tools of trade, offices, and staffing to ensure they perform their duties effectively. As in conclusion, I express my unequal support for both Budget 3 and corporate governance and Budget 41 water and sanitation. These budgets are not merely financial instruments, but are commitments in enhancing the quality of life for all South Africans. By addressing the pertinent issues within our local government and focusing on critical areas like water and sanitation, we lay down our pillars for sustainable development and growth. Let us continue to work together to build South Africa that upholds the dreams of our founding fathers and embodies the principles of our beloved Constitution. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And now there's slight change on the order paper. I now call upon the Honourable Masamula, the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honourable Deputy Minister, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and your deputy, ministers present here, Minister Hlabisa and also Minister Majodina, deputy ministers present here in this sitting today, Honorable Chief Whip and Chairperson of the Select Committee, leadership of SALGA and MECs in attendance, and members of this Honorable House. I am honored to stand before you to highlight the significant work accomplished by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and to outline our plans moving forward under the Government of National Unity in this 7th administration. Working together with Minister Hlabisa, we present Vote 3 confidently as a step towards enhancing cooperative governance for the benefit of all South Africans. Standing here today, we recognize the unique opportunity the NCOP provides as it is closely aligned with our work and our shared commitment to cooperative governance for the benefit of our provinces and ultimately the people we humbly are serving. The local government transformation process has been complex, driven by the ever-increasing demand for essential services impact our citizens daily. As we commemorate 30 years of our freedom, we reflect on our nation's achievement and the transformative work of the 6th administration. Honorable Chairperson, in the words of America Cabral, he taught us, as I quote, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies wherever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes, and failures, claim no easy victories." In context, it is this lesson, Honorable Chairperson, that guide our conscience every time we come to present to this House the achievements we have made, the challenges we have experienced, and the way forward in our effort to sharpen instruments of governance to better serve the people of this great nation. Despite our successes, challenges persist within local government structures in areas like lack of capacity, improper governance, lax financial management, malfeasance and malversation, and political instability affecting 66 identified dysfunctional municipalities. In this 7th administration, we cannot therefore be indifferent amidst these challenges, hence our onerous commitment to provide leadership in resolving the inherent issues. In doing so, we are committed to strengthen local government to fulfill its constitutional mandate effectively without failure, working together with everyone going forward. Today, Honorable Chairperson, we present this budget under the theme, "Every municipality must work," as our minister has said in his presentation. This is a clarion call to action for all South Africans to unite and contribute to building an effective, efficient, and community-centered local government that respond positively to the needs and aspirations of our people. Let me remind this august House that 2026 local government elections are around the corner, marking the end of the current local government term. We owe it to our communities to improve their lives through effective and impactful service delivery, because failure to do so will have serious electoral consequences. The time for lamenting is over, Honorable Chairperson. The 7th administration has opened a new chapter for all of us, which must be a turning point for CoGTA family and CoGTA sector post 30 years of freedom and democracy. We are committed to building on the work of the 6th administration, which positively impacted various communities, notwithstanding challenges related thereto that require our undivided attention. Each financial year, Honorable Chairperson, gives us a fresh start and a continuation to deal with previous and new challenges, and this financial year is no exception. As the great John W. Gardner observed, opportunities to resolve these challenges are abound. He remarked, and I quote, "We are all faced with a series of great opportunities, brilliantly discussed as unsolvable problems," close quote. Our democratic values will be meaningless without participation of the citizens in the activities of their municipalities, serving as a vital link between ward councillors, communities, and as well as municipalities. IDP and budget forums, mayoral outreach programs serve as a pillar for deepening local democracy. By the 30th of June 2023, an impressive 4,358 ward committees out of 4,468 have been established nationwide, highlighting our commitment to inclusive and as well as participatory governance. These account for 97% of the establishment of these important organs of people's power. We are aware that as we embark on this journey of ensuring that every municipality works, we would require very seriously so participation of the citizens of this country in the affairs of their municipalities. And therefore, ward committees play an important role in this regard as they facilitate citizen participation in local government in South Africa. However, we recognize challenges, Chairperson, such as functionality of ward committees, some ward councillors not convening meetings, inadequate community feedback, and unresponsiveness to community complaints leading to protests over basic services. And all these matters alluded above here require and need our urgent attention, and we remain committed to work hard to address these matters going forward. We are committed to strengthening these structures of people's power for effective participation of citizens so that their voices continues to be heard and acted upon by those mandated with the responsibility to manage affairs of our people at the local government level. Honorable Chairperson, our goal in this space, therefore, is to build a responsive and accountable government that truly serves the people of our country. Working with our provincial counterparts, we continue to support municipalities during pre-implementation and implementation phases of municipal infrastructure grant projects by guiding them to meet the MIG program requirements. This work is reinforced on a technical level by Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, which participates in verification processes during cost reimbursements. We will remain vigilant, Honorable Chairperson, in preventing unspent MIG allocations from being returned to the National Treasury, therefore depriving communities of essential services that they are supposed to be getting because of the dysfunctionality or non-performance or poor performance of some municipalities in our country. During the sixth administration, CoGTA began intervening in municipalities with under expenditure by utilizing provisions of the Division of Revenue Act. This allows the department to retain a portion of the municipal infrastructure grant and implement projects on behalf of these municipalities. We would like to take this opportunity to assure this Honorable House that we will continue this practice in the current administration to ensure that residents in the affected municipalities receive the services they need and so deserve. We have identified in this regard 25 municipalities that have an increase in the allocation of municipal infrastructure grant for funding purposes of repairs and as well as refurbishment of the infrastructure. And these municipalities will be supported to utilize 10% of their MIG budget towards enhancing their infrastructure capacity. And these municipalities there are 4 in the Eastern Cape: Makana, Amatole, OR Tambo, Jokabi. Free State, there are 5: Malutia, Pofunko, Pano, Metzmaholo, Mantsopa, and Masulinyani. Gauteng, there are 2: Fulen and Mirafong. KwaZulu-Natal, there are 4: Umsunduzi, Ugumzinyati, and Amajuba. Limpopo, 2: Lepelle, Nkumbi, and Giyani Municipality.
Mpumalanga, Minister, you have 1 minute.
Mpumalanga, there are 3: Dipaleseng, Lekwa, and Pixie Kaiseme. Northern Cape, Pokwane, Siakuma, David Graeber, Northwest, Bujanala, Western Cape, Kananaland. We have also identified 55 MIG receiving municipalities to support them in ensuring increased access to basic services in areas of water, roads, solid waste, and sanitation. And these municipalities, Honorable Chairperson, they are there in their numbers and they are attached on the ABP for easy access and reference by honorable members. And as part of implementing the integrated urban development framework, we have launched a support program specifically for intermediate cities, focusing on 3 areas of fiscal framework, implementation support, and enabling environmental support. The fiscal framework support introduced a consulted infrastructure, making all identified intermediate cities, municipalities eligible to apply for this important.
Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I now call upon the Honorable Nzimande from the Mkhonto we Sizwe Party. You have 8 minutes, Honorable Nzimande.
Angibonge sihlalo. Ngihloniphe nje umthetho. Uma kwenziwa ushintsho bekufanele ngaziswa. Kodwa ke siyahlonipha ke la sivela khona. Ngibingelela abaphathi umphathi wahlelo, ngibingelele nonke bahlonishwa abakulendlu. Ngibe ngithunywa indoda enamakhanda amabili elokucabanga lelokuhlasela amankengane ehamba nombimbi lwawo amambuka. Nakudala kwakunjalo nasey'mpini zakudala. Ngizawuqala la umphathi wohlelo ngikhulume ngephila 1 ye-people's mandate le esilethe la. Ukuhlonishwa nokungahlonishwa kwamalungelo amakhosi endabuko. Siyasho sithi umbimbi lusahamba kuzo inyathelo zokuthi amakhosi aqhubeke ebe ngatha izimfaba ngezweni lawo aphathi KPC acele ukukhongozela kubona. Babonakala ngokuthi kufanele amakhosi ayishutheke enhlakeni ezenziwe yibona ukuze bethathe inqumo ezweni lamakhosi. Siyakuphika ke lokho, asikuvumi. Ingakho nje okokuqala ozokhomba ukuthi sithi asihambisani ke nale budget siyayikhahlela ngezinyawo zombili. The current system does not provide sound provision for traditional leaders to make final determination on policies that preserve our culture, elevate our beliefs, tradition, values, including our African ethical behavior. Instead, like I said, our traditional leaders are reduced to be subordinate to our government arms. Sasithi mayibuye sihamba sibaningi nabanye namhlanje abahamba namankengane akhafulwe ulwandle. Namhlanje siyabona wathatha izwe lamakhosi benza abathi ukayimele geqe wabantu ababandlululayo bathi self determination baqale ngapha eNorthern Cape siyababona bayeza sizobavimba. Any plans that are incorrectly couched are bound to result on wrong results, not desired results. We have raised it in another forum. For example, dealing with this aspect of amakhosi. As long as you can't diagnose proper the challenge, then you are likely to just illusionary come with a view that it's all about functionality of the traditional council or house. It's not. Because again, if that is your desired outcome, If that is your desired outcome, that on its own can never be the end result of the challenges that you are having. So attaching money to plans that are not properly dealing with the actual problem is a problem. And that's why you can't support. Infrastructure deficiencies. Government often struggle with inadequate infrastructure for water supply and sanitation, leading to unreliable access to clean water and proper sanitation facilities, especially in the rural and underserved urban areas. Sizwile bayasho ukuthi imali iyancipha, iya ngokuncipha minyaka neminyaka. Kodwa insiza or ingqalabutho, insiza ngqalabutho zisenkingeni. In fact, the current plan acknowledges the failure in previous terms to invest adequately on infrastructure. Therefore, the percentage of 10% percentage funding on refurbishment and repairs is not informed by scale of our challenges. Ngakho uzozwa abantu behlekisa mabeyokhankasa bethi ngilibonile ikaka behlekisa ngempilo zabantu bethu. It is admitted by the department that the infrastructure is aging and there is no part of our country where there is no such challenge, which often leads to burst pipes, whether it involves the water that is ready for consumption or for treatment. Furthermore, there is an article by Andrew Baker from WRC on the state of wastewater treatment facilities and river system with figures on failing treatment systems in Gauteng. No consideration on some of these things. The very same situation presents itself through the length and breadth of our country. Failure of the department to provide adequate and or sufficient resources impact negatively on maintenance of pump stations, and no water ingress management implementation causes serious spillages and waste of water. Though 50-year master plan is in place, but as it is evident on a budget allocation, it is clear that this shall not enable the country to address the challenges and to meet the targets. Any intention to make basic services
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute.
as commodity is rejected by MK Party. Whether on an incremental basis through triple PP or not, that shall never be accepted because it will be elevating market above affordability. On the issue of health, like we have spoken also, yes, in another forum, the issue of Jojo. Badla ngabo Jojo labantu. Yingakho bengeke be-address into za-running water. Abawalandeli nalabo Jojo, thola ukuthi abasenayivala. Aba namagciwane. Awaklinwa lamanzi. Abantu bakithi bahlale besenkingeni yokugula.
Honorable Member, your time. has
Into
expired.
abayaziyo nje inkohlakala. Ngiyabonga bengakho.
I now call upon the Honorable Badenost from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Member, you have 8 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, fellow members and fellow South Africans, good day. The famous poet W.H. Auden once said, "Thousands have lived without love, no one without water." Where it's quite possible for a human, taking circumstances into account, to survive without food for around 30 to 60 days, no human can survive without water for more than 5 days. The slogan of the Department of Water and Sanitation, water is life, sanitation is dignity, is therefore very applicable. Reading through the department's annual performance plan and medium-term budget, it is clear that one of the most critical challenges South Africa faces today is its crumbling water infrastructure. One of the most important cogs in the wheels of water distribution is our local municipalities. And considering that 173 out of 257 municipalities are regarded as dysfunctional, the problems at ground level, as experienced by many of our citizens, are real, very real. The estimated water loss due to leaks, aging pipelines, and inadequate maintenance stands at a staggering 40.8%, and non-revenue water losses at 47.4%. This not only translates to a direct loss of vital resource, but also impacts the revenue and financial viability of municipalities across South Africa. Allow me to dwell on a few examples of issues that are affecting the life and dignity of many of our citizens daily. 8.9% according to the census of 2022, 8.9% of South African households have to share a communal tap. That's 1.6 million South Africans. 8.7% of South African households do not have any access to piped water. That's 1.5 million South Africans. In a parliamentary question last year, the then Minister of Water and Sanitation revealed that the country requires 90 billion rand of year-on-year infrastructure spending for a decade to close the water infrastructure deficit. Put simply, the country's water and sanitation infrastructure requires 900 billion rand over the next 10 years to stay up to standard. Further, according to the Auditor General in 2022-2023, 71% of regional bulk infrastructure projects are delayed, which has resulted in runaway expenditure of nearly 10 billion rand. One of the delayed builds is the Lesotho Highlands project, which is meant to fill Rand Water's supply gap. In another parliamentary question last year, it became clear that the Lesotho Highlands project, meant to fill Gauteng's water shortfall, is 9 years behind schedule and costs have ballooned by almost 17 billion rand. Water bodies established in terms of Section 38 of the Water Services Act, responsible to provide bulk and reticulation water services to municipalities, are also marred by issues. Take Rand Water, for example. This entity is supposed to service all of Gauteng, parts of Mpumalanga, the Free State, and the Northwest Province. Rand Water is owed 3 billion rand by municipalities, affecting its own balance sheet and its own infrastructure upkeep. Another issue related to Rand Water is the poor infrastructure maintenance within Gauteng metros. A revealing statistic is that Johannesburg loses 46.1% of the water it receives from Rand Water due to leaks and incurs 1.7 billion rand in loss of revenue as a result. Further, Johannesburg alone requires 27 billion rand to bring its water infrastructure to standard. In short, until metros sort their business, Rand Water will continue to struggle. In 2023, two of KwaZulu-Natal's largest bulk water bodies, the Umhlatuzi Water and Umgeni Water, were merged. However, this has proven to be a bad policy decision. Due to the lack of infrastructure maintenance, eThekwini, the largest customer of this water body, loses 58% of its water, or 2 billion rand in annual revenue. This ultimately affects its payment to the water body and overall water balance of the province. The Blue Drop, Green Drop, and No Drop reports provide a sobering reflection of our water and sanitation services performance. The Blue Drop report, assessing the quality of drinking water, has revealed alarming trends, with only 56% of municipalities achieving Blue Drop certification. Similarly, the Green Drop report, evaluating wastewater treatment, shows that only 45% of municipalities meet the required standards. This meant over half of the municipalities in South Africa need attention to protect the health of their citizens and the environment. The No Drop report highlights inefficiencies in water conservation and demand management. Chairperson, honourable members, like every dark cloud on the horizon, one always needs to acknowledge the silver lining, that beacon of hope that brings with it promise of a better tomorrow. Across all metrics, Blue, Green, and No Drop reports, the Western Cape is the best performing province in the country, proving that in a province plagued by extreme flooding and droughts, Good governance shields residents from the worst of what the weather has to offer. In terms of water quality, Blue Drop report, the Western Cape has the most municipalities, 8, with excellent drinking water, achieving scores of 95 out of 100 and above. For perspective, while Gauteng has more than double the Western Cape's population, it has a quarter of the number of municipalities with excellent drinking water. 2, actually, there's 3 if you include the DA-run Midvaal municipality. The Western Cape excellence is also reflected in its low rates of water losses and non-revenue water, the no-drop report. Of the 12 municipalities with the lowest rates of water losses, 9 are in the Western Cape and 10 are DA-governed. In terms of wastewater management, the Green Drop report, the Western Cape has the lowest risk profile of its wastewater systems at 64.9%, which is below the national average of 76.5%. For further comparison, the highest risk profiles in the country include the Northwest at 85.4%, the Free State at 88.5%, and the Northern Cape at 92.4%. The Western Cape government has utilised drought intervention funding since 2021 to drill new boreholes, refurbish vandalised boreholes, and provide power supply backup infrastructure at new and existing water resource sites. Together with this, the Western Cape government has developed a 15-year provincial water resilience plan, which aims to provide for time-years planning. As I conclude, Honourable Deputy Chair, and the implementation of interventions to ensure water security and water resilience for the benefit of residents in the Western Cape. In fact, over the 6th Parliament term, the Western Cape government allocated 76 million rand towards water security and water resilience. This demonstrates that where there is political will underpinned by competent officials, quality and sustainable water supply is indeed possible. Honourable Chair, as I conclude, taking on board best practices that exist around us and in the spirit of our government of national unity, we need to learn from our lessons past and work together to rescue our beloved South Africa's water and sanitation sector. By addressing failing infrastructure, securing bulk water availability, and upholding the highest standards of service delivery, we can ensure a brighter, healthier future for all South Africans. It is up to us to make the changes we want to see in order to create a safer and better future for our children, filled with love and, yes, clean, drinkable water. Let's work together to rescue South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable Maslobo, the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation. Deputy Minister, you have 10 minutes.
Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Her Excellency, our Minister of Water and Sanitation, Comrade Phemi Majodina, the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Sitlulu Isaac, the Chair of our Select Committee, Comrade Mbimbi, and all other members, and our Chief Whip, Comrade Maimang, who is the Chair here, the leadership of SALGA. It's nearly 2 days when Isiparankwe, Isitwalande, Nelson Mandela will have turned 106 years. There are those here today who are making a contribution in the debate. They want to be doomsayers and promote adversity. They should be able to take from Nelson Mandela's important words when he said, "There were dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give up myself to despair. That way lies death and defeat." It is very important that we should understand that as humanity, we are interconnected, we are interdependent, and we have shared aspiration. When it comes to issues of water and sanitation, water knows no boundaries. It knows no ideology. There should not be anybody here who comes and claims easy victories and tell lies. In our case, we will never mask our difficulties, but progress has been made. What is the progress that we've made? In the last 30 years, this country, led by the ANC government, were to answer the question whether this country is water secured. And our minister has been very clear.
our country until 2030, we're not going to run out of water. But there are risks that are there. That's why the major drive on infrastructure, we are actually dealing with the question of water security. More than 153 billion over the MTF will be spent around dealing with issues of water security. That's why Umzimvubu, Glen Williams Dam, and all others that are there, and Polihali Dam. That's our response as government. Hence, our minister speaks about water mix and other intervention that needs to be done, especially in terms of dealing with issues of being climate resistant. Equally, we wanted to say that we will not be in a position to solve all our problems. 60% of this money will never be coming from the state. That's why the question of private-public partnership is very important. Going to the market, look at the concession and others. That's the story and what this government of national unit will proceed to do. Local government has been at the center of delivery of services. We must never diminish the point. More than 90% of South Africans have access to water infrastructure. However, we are the first to admit that there are worrying signs. That's why when it comes to issues of reliability, it has dropped to about 67%. There are those who have access to water every day, but there are those who don't have access to water. And the biggest burden is actually being experienced by women and vulnerable girl children, especially our communities in rural areas. There is no magic. It's only us as government that has produced the report around the status of water, whether it is the blue drop, is it safe to drink, whether there is an effluent in terms of pollution getting there, whether the water is being lost or not being lost. It's our report. And we intend to continue to do that so that we can give the confidence on the system. There are a number of interventions that the minister is saying we're doing. One of the interventions we appeal, we're going to work with local government to look at an implementation model. One of the issues that are very critical is the question of leadership. Leaders in local government can't continue to make a decision to do nothing about the challenges that the drop reports have done. One of the biggest decisions we're going to do, they can't be a water services authority and a provider. That actually don't separate the two and you don't do the function. Minister says we're not taking away your powers. We'll keep your powers, but you can't continue to have a power when you can't deliver the services and you put us under the bus. The money around finances, the finances must be ring-fenced. The money that the minister is giving in this budget, more than 47 billion rand over the MTF around RBIC and WISIC, is coming to support. We're excluding the money that comes from USDG, the money that is coming from MIC. But if we include it just this year alone, we're actually putting 61 billion rands. And these projects, each municipality in the country has a project to do. Babkeza, don't tell lies and claim easy victories. Ekaya and Mpumalanga, there are 60 projects as I speak this year, more than 1.5 billion rands. What is more important is that this money must be ring-fenced. It can't go to miscellaneous. That money must be ring-fenced, including the money on the question of the water sales. That's how we're going to turn around the situation.
Please give the speaker on the platform a chance to deliver his speech.
Chairperson, that will be ring-fenced. The other issue was saying in the water sector, we have to professionalize. We can't continue to have people who are working in the water sector when it is technical, it's science and engineering. In the next 3 years, all of those who are working in the water sector, recognition of prior learning, they must go back to school. And our minister is going to support them, working with the sitters, working with MISA to ensure that there is proper qualification. That is the intervention we're making. Around the question of sanitation, the bucket eradication system, we are proceeding. We are making inroads. It's inhumane, the kind of sanitation facilities that are there. But when there is no water, water is an impediment, we are going to be in a position to apply other technologies from our Water Research Commission so that the non-SWAT systems are very responsive. But local government has a responsibility that you can't continuously give more packets, can't be putting more informal settlement. Those are the decisive actions that we need to be able to look at. The other matter is a question of the attack on infrastructure by vandals, by crime, by criminals, where there is theft, including those who are selling water illegally, those mafias, and then the black market that are there. We shall work with the law enforcement agencies, look at alternative technologies, but as government alone, we will never be able to do it. We need societies to play their part. One of the issues in terms of this budget, we are looking at terms of contributing to the economy. We shall industrialize. We are a built environment in terms of infrastructure, whether you look at issues of cement, you look at the chemicals that were treating water, those are some of the issues that this ministry will proceed, including the issues of the reform. We are very confident that local government, they will be able to turn around the situation. But in instances where they don't perform their function as required by the Constitution, the Ministry of Water and Sanitation will never hesitate. We shall intervene. That's why the reforms on legislation, that's why we're intervening in Likwa, progress is being made. You go to Mfuleni, go to Amanskrali, eThekwini, and elsewhere, including Johannesburg. These are some of the strides. And it's going to be important that members here, both our MECs and permanent delegates here, we shall have to work together in the quest of turning local government around. As I said, water knows no boundaries. Water knows no ideology. And it's in the interest of our country to get local government to work, not for us, but for our children and their children's future, because water is an important component around the economy, around the environment, around social security. And those are some of the issues that I thought in responding to your input, we should be able to do that. While we're celebrating Nelson Mandela, I want us to say, thank you, Punga. I want us to say as we conclude, let us work together. It's the right thing to do towards the prosperity of our nation and the benefit of the future generations by using water efficiently. The minister has made the call, but also to protect our environment so that they too, those under the sun, they can't continue to be treated as a skunk and a pariah in the land of birth, because the right to water in terms of access and benefits have been denied. And the right to actually have an environment that is not harmful through decent sanitation, where polluters must be dealt with decisively. God bless South Africa, her sons and daughters. I thank you.
I'd really like to join our middle research. All right, the next speaker on the platform is going to be Councillor Pukunzi from SALGA. I don't know whether she's in the house or she's in the visual platform.
Thank you, House Chair. To the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Shabisa, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Majodina, Deputy Ministers of Corporate Governance, Traditional Affairs and Water and Sanitation, respectively, MECs present, honorable members, good afternoon. Honorable Chair, allow me on behalf of the collective leadership of SALGA to congratulate the honorable ministers on their respective maiden budget speeches to the National Council of Provinces since their appointment as ministers of CoGTA and Water and Sanitation earlier this month. We are collectively enjoying the energy, vibrancy, and urgency which they bring to the local government sector. And based on our historic interactive relationship with their respective ministries, we anticipate a sustained, cordial, and mutual rewarding working relationship. Allow me to further express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for this opportunity to contribute towards the debate on the Department of Cooperative Governance and the Department of Water and Sanitation budget as delivered by the Honorable Minister, supported by Deputy Ministers and MECs for local government. Honorable House Chair, allow me to start off by not only paying homage to our global icon of peace, human rights, and international struggle for social justice, democracy, and economic emancipation, but more so to inspire individuals to take action to help change the world for the better, and in doing so, build a global movement for the good. This we do as we march towards Nelson Mandela International Day in honor of our former President Nelson Mandela. It is within this context that we'd like to remind this August House that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, as championed by Madiba, entrenches local government as a fully fledged sphere of government in a system of cooperative governance in which the three spheres are distinctive, yet interrelated and interdependent. It is against this background that despite the remarkable achievement and gains made, the most pervasive challenge facing our country as developmental state is the need to redress poverty, inequality, underdevelopment, and marginalization of the majority of our people and communities among us. The Constitution architecture recognizes that these challenges can only be addressed through concentrated effort by government in all spheres to work together and integrate our actions in the provision of services and development of our spaces. Ultimately, the three spheres must provide effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government for the Republic as a whole. Honorable House Chair, as SALGA, we stand ready to, within the spirit of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, to work collaboratively with both ministers and their respective departments to respond to the complex challenges in local government and to find sustainable ways to meet community needs and improve the quality of their lives. We must start by acknowledging the massive progress sector has made over the last 24 years of its democratic life in basic services to so many more of our people, the rapid development and quality of infrastructure, the increased mobility, investment and social amenities, and massive progress in financial management and institutional resilience. Honorable House Chair, as SALGA, we are likewise concerned that 175 of the country's 257 municipalities are financially distressed. We are particularly concerned about the debt owed by municipality to ESCOM, water boards, and the water trading entities, as well as the underlying debt owed to municipalities. With a staggering total debt of 346 billion as at the end of March 2024, if the municipalities are not financially sustainable, the sustainability of all institutions in the value chain, including water boards, is negatively impacted. We are advocating for a holistic approach to address the debt through cost of supply studies and infrastructure, operational and institutional assessment to identify solutions. It is our submission that the fundamental in making municipalities developmental is an urgent need to sort out some of the lingering challenges arising from the current fiscal framework. This must include consideration of the unstable and increasing debts owed to and by municipalities. Bold measures are needed to cap these debts, ensure municipalities collect and better manage their customers, and national interventions are initiated to ensure that this growing debt situation does not undermine the solvency of local government. Working closely with both CoGTA and the Department of Water and Sanitation and other key stakeholders, we believe can bring about positive change. Honorable House Chairperson, we are in agreement with the concern expressed by the Minister of CoGTA on the high number of municipalities currently under Section 139 administration and many more that are struggling. We again wish to reiterate that the 1998 White Paper obligates the national and provincial spheres of government to provide support and capacitate local sphere to perform their functions and discharge their obligations. We are very pleased with the Department of Water and Sanitation's progress in the establishment of National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which will free up the department to focus on policy, planning, regulation, price setting, and providing support to our water services authorities and providers. We look forward to the business case to ensure financial sustainability of both the agency and municipalities. Efforts to improve the governance and operational performance of water boards are particularly welcomed, given the strategic role water boards fulfill in providing bulk water to municipalities. We undertook a thorough assessment and consultation on the proposed bulk tariffs across all municipalities and had a joint session with the department and National Treasury to find a balance between bulk water tariffs that ensure water board financial sustainability and affordability to municipalities and end users. We look forward to working together on the water board funding model, since the self-funding model is not viable. Honorable House Chair, whilst many sectors have min-max or intergovernmental structures where national, provincial, and local government can take resolutions, monitor performance, and hold various stakeholders to account, the water sector lacks such a structure. We have prepared terms of reference for a proposed interministerial committee for water, where local government can come together with the relevant ministries to speedily solve problems and take decisions. We would like to engage further on this proposed structure. Within the local government and water sectors, the need to professionalize water services is recognized. However, we lack a strategy to put this into practice. Further, there have been discussions concerning powers and functions for water services between district and local municipalities, since many municipalities are failing to provide sustainable water services to our communities. With the post-licensing of water service providers, we need to urgently address powers and functions, find a workable, sustainable service delivery mechanism, and speed up the establishment of an independent economic regulator of water. We support and affirm the department's mandate to monitor and enforce compliance. However, the issue of supporting and providing capacity building for municipalities needs to be strengthened. We propose a sector-wide collaborative approach similar to the Masibambane program launched in the early 2000s, whereby the department, together with CoGTA, National Treasury, and SALGA, work together to ensure targeted support to municipalities that are water service authorities. The first task of this approach will be a thorough assessment towards developing water service improvement plans and, where necessary, to determine alternative service delivery options that strengthen institutional resilience. Honorable Chair, as I draw towards conclusion, I stand before you on behalf of the leadership of SALGA, of organized local government, and the local government leaders from all our municipalities, and pledge our support to the two ministries and their departments respectively to fulfill the promise of our constitution to build a better life for all in realization of our founding father Nelson Mandela call. Then I call, it is in our hands to make our country a better place for all of our people. In that notion, leaving no one behind. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pukunsi. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Ryder. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, House Chair. Nice to see you in the seat. It's an incredibly good omen that the very first debate in the 7th iteration of this House is focused, at least in part, on cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Mr. Minister, the National Council of Provinces is where cooperative governance has its voice. Chapter 3 of the Constitution lives in this House, and this House lives because of Chapter 3. It's only in this House that SALGA has its voice, as we've just heard, on a national platform, and where provinces are empowered to air their issues and debate the impacts of overlaps with national government. It's no secret that the local sphere of government is in deep trouble. The over-politicization of grassroots structures has meant that service delivery has ground to a halt in some places around our country. Mr. Minister, I've sat in the NCOP for the past 5 years, and I can affirm what you raised in your speech is one of the biggest issues that we've had to grapple with, and that is the problem where interventions that prove to be ineffectual. Section 139 of the Constitution details the need for subordinate legislation to determine how Section 139 is implemented. The legislation has been in draft since as far back as 2009, with no appetite for taking it any further due to the political discomfort that this will bring. The time has come to grasp the nettle and generate a law that will save ordinary South Africans and South African businesses from the ineptitude of their local governments, regardless of the political discomfort. I was therefore most pleased, Minister, to hear it mentioned, and I urge you to have deeper consultation with this House to better inform this piece of legislation and the raft of legislation that you mentioned. Mr. Minister, I was also very pleased to hear the news that the white paper on local government is to be reviewed. This is a welcome Government of National Unity initiative. And on that point, let me pause and say how good it is to see the Government of National Unity in effect today, looking at the diversity of the allegiances of the ministers and deputy ministers represented in this House. Congratulations. The Department of Water and Sanitation has indicated that they are underfunded, and the new minister has approached the private sector calling for some additional funding. I can't help but feel that this is a bit cheeky, considering that the department is a state capture crime scene, and many of the state capture projects that relied on the departmental budget to remain in place. If ever there was a case for zero-based budgeting, it is this one. It is time to do a full reassessment of your departmental budget. Every cent must be reconsidered. Minister Senzo Mqunu began some good work, ably supported by DG Sean Phillips, yet they've been treating the symptoms instead of the causes. It's time to go back to the very start. This will not be fixed overnight, but an admission of the problem and a commitment to a sustained effort with a coherent plan will go a long way to winning the trust of the private sector. You cannot expect them to come running until you've shown your willingness to play by the rules. Deputy Minister Maslobo, the removal of RBIG from municipalities, changing it from a direct to an indirect grant, has slowed down delivery of key infrastructure in some instances. In others, it's very necessary. I accept that. And to Deputy Minister Setloho, the Water Services Amendment Bill sounds very encouraging, and we're looking forward to taking it to the public and to provinces for constructive engagement and inputs. I thank you.
Ere ko leboge modulasetilo ke thome ka go tamiša our ministers, ke dumediše our deputy ministers, the committee chairperson was present in this meeting, the MECs, honorable members, the chief whip of the NCOP, SALGA. Good afternoon. Also, I congratulate Mbogoto, who's leading the Department of Water and Sanitation, because we all know that I'm saying this because we all know that water is an issue that affects all these provinces. So we believe that with your leadership, you'll consider that whatever challenges faced by all these provinces, you'll lead us on that. If Resenamiti, whatever economic developments that we want to achieve, we are not going to achieve it. Honorable Chairperson, we have just 6 years remaining to reach 2030. The year we committed to realize our National Development Plan vision. While we have made significant progress in achieving universal access to clean drinking water and decent sanitation, we still need to do more to achieve the objectives of the National Development Plan. The minister has already alluded to this fact that they've already made strides to those projects that affect water in all those provinces, especially Deputy Minister, you know, in Limpopo that we are struggling with water, especially in Sekhukhune, Giyani, and other areas in Limpopo. But we want to also acknowledge the Rarata o leboha the initiatives that you brought to Limpopo province, especially on those projects that were stagnant for such a long period of time. So we believe that the monitoring and evaluation of those projects so that they finish early or Limpopo and other provinces. According to the recent census report of 2022, our democratic government has managed to expand access to water to more than 98% of the population, and 84% have access to decent sanitation services. Recently, Deputy Minister Matlobo has emphasized that as much as we have made this significant achievement, we also need to recognize that some communities have 100% access to services, while others have zero access to some services. In short, as this August House, we have a responsibility to extend water and sanitation services to communities that have not yet received the benefits of our freedom by receiving clean drinking water and decent sanitation. Honorable members, billions of rands are allocated through various grant mechanisms to expand access to water and sanitation infrastructure to promote the social and economic development of our communities. However, some of our communities, especially those in rural areas and informal settlement, are still without access of their basic right to clean drinking water and decent sanitation. Poor planning, budgeting, and execution have caused delay in the implementation of some major water and sanitation projects, delaying our people their right to access to clean drinking water and decent sanitation. This has resulted in increasing cost of our democratic government. It's either government officials fail to properly budget to those projects or simply neglected their duties. As this August House, we need to encourage proper budgeting and planning, as well as prompt implementation and completion of water infrastructure project. We must instruct government officials to always adhere to the principle of getting the best value for money, investigating the root cause of the project delays and rising cost is crucial. And we also need, we should not hesitate to enforce consequence management when official fails to fulfill their duties. We know that we have these challenges, especially in the 3 spheres of government, where you'll find that projects are no longer operational or they have stopped and we don't know the reasons why, and there are no consequence management taken against officials or whoever is involved in such. Honorable members, we need to ensure that we move away from the solo mentality where sector department implement their programs alone, or where the national department does not talk to the provincial or local government, even though they are targeting the same constituency. President Ramaphosa has called upon the government to use the district development model, which guarantees the integrated planning, budgeting, and execution of major projects can result in improving service delivery, especially the reticulation of water to communities. Honorable members, we have over the years seen the public sector losing critical skills personnel due to the competitive labor market, which the private sector is taking up the majority of the cohort of the people, while some migrate to overseas. The private sector's salaries and benefits contribute to the public sector's loss of this cohort, thereby impacting our democratic government's capacity to deliver high quality basic education. Basic services. It therefore becomes important for our government to improve public-private partnership to facilitate skills transfer and address skill gaps in the public sector. In other sectors such as health, the democratic government has already established public-private partnership. It has constructed health facilities that both the public and private sectors use jointly, and the private doctors provide consultation sessions for the public. This can be replicated in the water and sanitation sector, but with a focus on transferring skills to public sector workers who are already in the field to build the capacity and capabilities to lead the service delivery component. We need to broaden the scope of this public-private partnership to finance the development of the water infrastructure in the country, rather than restricting it solely to the transfer of skills to bridge the skills gap. However, we must first take decisive actions against poor governance and financial mismanagement in order to move towards clean governance and financial sustainable government. Honorable members, nationally, we have seen the strides of the ministry and the department not only in eradicating under expenditure on its allocation budget, but also in reducing preventing improper expenditure. That is unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. These actions by the ministry and department will attract funding for the various planned water infrastructure projects that our government needs to implement if we are to achieve the 2030 National Development Plan objectives. As the African National Congress, we firmly believe that our democratic government needs to establish strategic public-private partnership with financial institutions to close the investment gap in water and sanitation infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, we expect President Ramaphosa to sign into law the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency after both houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, approved it just before the end of the 6th parliamentary term. The African National Congress applauds Minister Majudini's pledge to complete the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency's establishment
department by May 2025. By fast-tracking the agency's establishment, our democratic government will be better able to mobilize funding for the major water and sanitation infrastructure needed to achieve the 2030 National Development Plan objectives. Minister Majodini summarized part of the reasons we are urging the department to expedite the establishment. The agency will own all the national water resource infrastructure assets and obtain the revenue streams associated with those assets. This will enable the agency to borrow additional funds based on the strength of its balance sheet. In short, the agency will have the ability to attract and mobilize funding for major water and sanitation infrastructure projects, which our democratic government is not in a position to fund through the national budget. Our democratic government has designed the public procurement system in such a way that it benefits the historically disadvantaged communities, Black people in general, and Africans in particular. In the form of a broad-based Black economic empowerment scheme, the Department of Water and Sanitation prioritizes public procurement aiming to empower women, youth, and individuals with disability. I think Deputy Minister Matloba has emphasized on that aspect when he was on the podium.
You have less than
Okay. The African National Congress, we welcome the announcement by the department that this financial year it has put plans in place to improve its procurement by implementing infrastructure procurement strategy that set out clear guidelines on the empowerment of women and youth and persons with disability. Let me just go to the end. As the African National Congress, we fully support the department's budget votes as presented by honorable ministers, because if we don't pass these votes, how are we going to take services to the people? Because if we don't have budget, we are not going to be able to take it.
Your time has expired, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, the next speaker on the platform is Honorable Shabisa, the Minister of CoGTA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings once again to honorable members. Let me firstly welcome and thank all the contributions made by members in this debate. I welcome every contribution, even the contributions that might have sounded as negative, but there is goodness if you listen to what the other members were saying, not necessarily supporting the presentation we made. The matters raised by Honorable Kaunda are noted. The MISA intervention in our municipalities, the current challenges around initiation schools are matters that we will be confronting very closely as the department. it is true that the local government is in trouble due to some few or some municipalities that are failing to deliver the services. We are of the view that the time is now to turn things around and make every municipality to work for its people. This we can do, all of us, as honorable members in this house, because if we can work together, having expressed our views in favor or against, but if we can work together, the beneficiaries will be our supporters across political parties. I think all honorable members who are here carry a responsibility to advance their constituencies. The issues regarding the legislations, matters affecting our traditional leaders will receive our attention. We will surely be proactive when it comes to especially the dysfunctioning municipalities in giving concrete support to address issues raised by the Auditor General in order to improve the performance of the dysfunctional municipalities. The issue of instability in the local government sphere, especially the coalition governments, will be receiving our attention. The coalition government at a local government sphere will have to take the shape to the GNU. The GNU will finish its course of 5 years because it is the will of the people. Anyone who is doubting really should stop doubting. The local government sphere, we will need to inject maturity because in those local government municipalities where there is coalition, it is because the people in those local government municipalities said, no one is going to have a majority. You need to find a partner to work with. I'm sure because now the GNU has been formed.
1 minute to go, Minister.
We will take a pattern from the GNU to filter it down to the local government level in order to advance the lives of our people. We will ensure that every municipality, there is a budget which will be closely monitored, that it is spent on maintenance to ensure that the infrastructure that is existing is kept in a good state. Welcome to the remarks by SALGA. We will create a meeting within a month with the executive of SALGA so that we engage deeply in how we can take our municipalities forward for the best interest of our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker on the platform is her Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation. And she's going to have 6 minutes because she left over 1 minute in her debate. Thank you.
Chair, I left 1.5 minutes. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me thank all honorable members for your comment, your suggestion, your grilling. However, when we come here, we come because we are sent by the electorate, by the residents, by the voters. When voters have sent us here and we come here and reject budget, go back to the voters and tell them that we are rejecting budget, therefore they must not get water. They must not get any service. You'd want to come and oversight us on what? Because you have rejected the budget. I think we cannot play with everything. At a particular point, we must take responsibility and be public representatives and represent the people. The regional bulk water infrastructure grant, we assist municipalities through that grant. And the project of Kopanong local municipality was completed. It was funded through this RIBIC. But the only challenge was that the local municipality wanted a similar treatment in the same area, and that was not budgeted for. But the phase one of it was budgeted for, and it was completed. The Ngwathe local municipality, 2 contractors as I speak, they are on site. The refurbishment of parades is on, and we are monitoring those projects to ensure that we deliver and intervene as expected. The Amatole district municipality is currently benefiting out of the 750 million of Ngamakwe bulk water supply, as well as with Kocha bulk supply. And that is part of the water service improvement plan. It is through the improvement plan that we give municipalities that grant, but also there are ministerial intervention programs that we get into municipalities and assist. I'm happy that SALGA is noting that we do have challenges. It is our joint responsibility to make municipalities work. We're going to work with SALGA, we're going to work with CoGTA to ensure that our people access water as well as the issue of sanitation. The municipalities are in the cold phase of service delivery. The fact is some municipalities are unable to collect revenue because the very people that they are serving, they are unemployed. How are they going to pay for the services? That is where the municipalities are supposed to analyze the situation and then seek for intervention, because we cannot expect people to pay for services when they don't have money. Ours is to be a resource of water, but asinkinkisha amanzi. I think kukhona into engaqondakali kakuhle apha. Into yoba amanzi emadamini ndiyayiphinda Honorable Peter, akhona amanzi. Kodwa kusuka edamini okanye kwi-reservoir ukhona umuntu ofana bawasusa amanzi. Motho eo a tlosang metsi ha se rona. Ke mo re sebedisanang mmoho le masepala a kenye pipe a tlise metsi bathong. Mpa ha o re ha una metsi ho hang. Yeyiphi leli phela lizothetha ngalo? Sorry, ayilulela lapha eSouth Africa. Amanzi akhona apha. Kodwa siyavuma into yoba awafiki ngokungamileyo nokukhalezeleyo ebantwini. Kodwa xa singabenzi ishaya mthetho la, funeka singathi nathi side sihambe sithi awekho amanzi, masithi indlela zokukhawulezisa amanzi angene ebantwini azikho. Yabona ke mna ndisuka phaya ekhaya eMacacuma village, Ward 7, Sinku, Walter Sisulu, Joe Gabi. Mna ndiyayazi le nto yamanzi angekhoyo ngoba idami lapha iJozana lincinci kakhulu. I-population yapha ngu-389,000. Asikwazi konela ke ngoba i-population yakhula. Mna manzi ndiwakha ndiwabeke entloko, and loo nto leyo ayilunganga not ngeli xesha. Omama, abantwana, abantu abakhubazekileyo nabantu abadala bayasokola ingakumbi kwilali zakowethu. Le nto yoba abantu kuthiwa basela amanzi nehagu, ndiyayazi mna ndiwaselile amanzi nehagu. Andiresearchi ngaloo nto, ndiyiproduct yaloo nto, and therefore andinakonwaba xa ndinobona abantu bakuthi i-country yonke bengakwazi ufumana amanzi acocekileyo. Yiloo nto singenelela into yoba mawacocwe amanzi, afika amanzi ebantwini. Sibizelwe loo nto apha, sinikwe imandate yaloo nto apha, and ke ngoku xa ndigqibela sizawuqinisekisa into yoba le project iqhuba eMachabeng. iMachabeng yenye ye-hotspot. Namhlanje umeya, uSpeaker, i-Department of Water and Sanitation.
You are having less than a minute. Honorable.
Ngulamzuzu wami benuthathile. Mahambela i-ordinary ras ikutwantong nethabong uqinisekisa into yoba amanzi ayacocwa afike ebantwini. Siyabulela kakhulu nakubaphathiswa abaku-virtual platform. Siyathembisa into yoba sizawusebenza kunye nabo. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Machotina. And then, Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate and the business of the day. I would like to thank the ministers, deputy ministers, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. The House is adjourned. Let's give the usher of the black road to do his job.
Colleagues, is there any other thing that you'd like to raise?
I have nothing, Advocate Nanya.
Oh, sorry, Secretary, I didn't notice that you're on the platform.
No, you can proceed. No, I'm good, I'm good.
No, sorry, Secretary.
No problem, you can proceed.
Oh, okay. Any issue to raise, colleagues? From your area of operation on the platform? I think today we had one member from SALGA, which I think it went well, except that it was just the framing, which I suspect that Provisional will take note of in our next plenary, that members will be on the platform. Also, maybe they get framed earlier on before the proceedings start. Except that, any other issue?
Advocate? And the Secretary?
Oh, Secretary. Sorry.
We have a sitting tomorrow again, eh?
Yes, Secretary.
Okay. And it's gonna be very long.
Indeed.
I think it's going to be 400, if not 500 minutes. According to the speakers list that I have seen. The
Advocate,
draft.
good afternoon. It's Yolanda, if I'm allowed to.
Yes, Yolanda.
Okay, so we've got two debates tomorrow, Advocate. The first one, at this point in time, we're on 239 minutes. And the second one, we are on 214 minutes. I will be distributing the draft email within the next half hour, but it has already been disseminated in the 7th Parliament WhatsApp group, but there has been changes that has been coming in after that as well. So it's 239 and 214. That's 15, it's 65. So it's about 465 minutes, which is 6, 12, 18, 24, 36, 45. It's about 5.5, 6 hours advocate. If everybody participates.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Advocate.
Thanks, Secretary. I take it that it seems there isn't anything further to be raised by colleagues. In the absence of any, can we adjourn?
Thank you.
Take it that, oh, okay. Colleagues, once more, thank you very much for your assistance in terms of those colleagues on the platform who were ensuring that members are admitted and that the platform runs smoothly, including colleagues from ICT. The meeting stands adjourned until tomorrow's sitting, as the Secretary indicated. It's going to be a marathon of a sitting tomorrow. Thank you, colleagues, and our meeting stands adjourned.